Okay.
Good morning. We will be starting the second day of our conference. Yesterday, we were very pleased. We had a very successful day. Throughout the breaks and after the end of the conference, everyone was very happy. We know that the general mood of everyone, we see that everyone is very content hearing the speakers, the presentations that are from so experienced colleagues. We were very happy and very pleased, and we are ready to continue with the second day. As yesterday, we will have again the breaks and our opportunities for discussion. For those of you who came here for the first day, I see the president of the volunteer firefighters, some members of the Pan-Hellenic Association from firefighters, Greek firefighters, and we would like to welcome our colleagues from MODE. Thank you for being here today. And we also have the Academy of First Lieutenant Firefighters, our colleagues here. Apologies if we did not mention you, but we are here to answer any questions. At this point, let me say we will be starting with Mr. Bill Gough, high officer, senior officer, retired from the West Midlands Fire Service, a PhD and associate lecturer at the University of Wolverhampton, firefighter safety and operational injuries.
Good morning. I don't mean to start with an apology, but I'm sorry. I'm sorry that I'm going to have to read from my notes because I've changed my presentation on a number of occasions over the last 24 hours. And I'm sorry if I offend anybody in the room by the things that I might say about firefighter safety and firefighter injury, because I'm very, very passionate about the subject. I started taking a very serious look at firefighter injury 10 years ago. And one of the things that I very quickly began to realise that firefighter safety is a very broad subject, very broad church. But firefighter injury isn't necessarily all that broad at all. A much narrower focus. And in the end, because I was so frustrated by the way things were occurring in the UK, I opted to eventually, when I retired and I could afford it, pursue my passion through a PhD. But for more years of my research that I could ever remember, all of the scientists and academics and researchers, sociologists, psychologists, and occupational health and safety experts were impressing on us that in the 21st century, we should be working towards a zero vision paradigm. That nobody gets hurt at all, nobody's injured in the workplace. And now we've emerged from this global pandemic, the so-called zero vision paradigm are taking a holistic view, and they believe that workplace Vision Zero should include the health and well-being of all employees, all workers. But this Vision Zero, nobody gets hurt, is really a metaphoric destination. And it's the journey, an effort that anybody puts into getting there that's more important. I'm just wondering how many times my notes are going to fall on the floor. But really, what is the main motivator is an embedded safety culture, without which the journey is going to be impossible. But the frustrating thing is, all of the science, all of those academics, all of that research is based on the normal workplace. It's based on industrial, commercial, building construction, some critical workplaces like nuclear fuel, offshore oil, and industries such as that. It's not based on the workplace of the firefighter. There is nothing specific in Vision Zero that can embrace the conditions that the firefighter faces. The workplace of the firefighter is fundamentally safe. Vision Zero, 21st century Vision Zero, believes that legislation and statute has reached a stage where the workplace should be fundamentally safe. After all, the very existence of the Fire and Rescue Service and the reason we have firefighters is because society needs the fire service, needs the firefighter to mitigate and, where necessary, physically intervene to render the chaos of somebody else's misfortune safe. The start point is unsafe conditions. Now, we all know that a large proportion of the hazard of the firefighter's workplace, or should I say place of work, is relatively inert. Fundamentally safe. Fundamentally safe. But when the call is made and a response is made, the demons are waiting to strike, sometimes even before they reach the scene of operations. But once in attendance, there can be no doubt in anybody's mind that the safe working environment is out the door, it is unsafe. They're there to render the circumstances safe. Yesterday you explored several aspects of the workplace hazards, as you will again later today. But things can and will not turn out as expected. Which is why it's essential to build on a safety culture and take the journey towards the so-called zero vision. The thing that's always going to frustrate that journey is people. It's people. It's us. It's the human factor. But that's all well and good, all of that science, all of those psychologists and behavioural experts have created a lexicon, a language that doesn't lend itself well to the pragmatist. I'm a pragmatist. I suspect there are many pragmatists in the room, and I, like every firefighter, embrace simplicity. Simplicity in understanding. So, my first place, by accident, by default, I became a researcher. And the start point for me is, can somebody please define safety culture? Well, I'm a student, and then somebody punches at the library and tells me to go and find out for myself. Did you know there are 200 definitions of safety culture? That's the kind of simplicity that can confuse. However, you may all recall a few years ago the video, the TV coverage of a captain in a US fire department falling through a roof in Fresno. In the investigation that followed, all of the investigating officers sought to simplify the definition. And it became embraced by many US fire departments. The narrative of this definition holds some very important syntax. The Fresno Fire Department report was written by 8 academic, very senior chief officers from 5 different US fire departments, which is the way they investigate in the States, to ensure that everybody understood why it occurred and, more importantly, how it could be avoided in future. They summarised their entire chapter about safety culture with that final statement. And what this statement acknowledges is the way work is done, the way you guys actually at the sharp end do the work, isn't the way it's designed to be done. It's not the way it's imagined to be done by the authors of the policy, of the procedure, and of the guidance. And it may even have been influenced, this summary, by that statement published many, many years earlier. But what that does is it leaves a question that needs to be answered. Which, we, where? Who is it? Where is it? Where are they? Who is the group that safety culture really applies to? Now, my passion has a very, very sharp focus, and I would argue that the most important of all the groups that safety culture should focus on is the firefighter. But to get a better view of what this actually means, I've got a bit of an animation, a little bit of a story, so that you can see that there are several layers of cultural groups. There you are. The beginning. A perfect cube. Sharp corners, sharp edges. And then another group is involved. An assistant chief officer. Pass a message to his area commander. By order of the Chief Fire Officer, a comet will appear above headquarters. If it rains, we'll go inside and watch a film. And what has just happened is the fine edges and corners of the cube have been shaved. And then the next level slightly changes things. I'm not sure if the interpretation is reading this, is it? Yes, no? No? Okay. For your benefit, we'll go back to the beginning. Oh no. The Chief Fire Officer issued the following directive to his assistant chief officers. Tomorrow afternoon, at approximately 5 o'clock, Halley's Comet will be visible in the sky over this area. An event that occurs every 75 years. I will present a brief lecture on this rare phenomenon to all headquarters staff who wish to assemble in the car park. In case of rain, we will not be able to see anything, in which case, ask everybody to assemble in the foyer at reception and I will show them films of it. The cube. The next officer involved, or the next level of ownership of this vital information, one assistant chief officer passed a message to his area commander. By order of the Chief Fire Officer, at 5 o'clock tomorrow, Halley's Comet will appear above headquarters. If it rains, all those planning to attend will be marched into the foyer where this rare phenomenon will take place. Something that occurs once every 75 years. And that shaves the corner off the cube. When he was told, the group commander said to his station commander, tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the chief will make a phenomenal appearance in the car park at headquarters with the Halley's Comets, something that occurs every 75 years. If it rains, he'll invite the comets to play in the foyer. And our cube is beginning to disappear completely. And then the group at the sharp end. Later, a watch commander told his team at their briefing, when it rains tomorrow at 5 o'clock, the phenomenally old chief officer will drive his classic Comet into the foyer. And the action derived from that is, I'm assuming all car enthusiasts are welcome. And in that sequence of events, a finely honed the way I want the work done becomes a bore. And that's endemic of these cultural groups, because the way they communicate, the way they distill information and respond to it, is an important part of the way we do things. What this really demonstrates is how something that's done in the workplace is clearly not the way it was imagined it would be done. And for over a decade, the disciples of the zero vision paradigm have been developing their science, and they're emphatic about the way work as imagined, but of more importance to us as planned, are simply not the way it gets done at the sharp end, when all of the dynamics in the environment are influencing behaviour. The way we respond to all of the environmental things that can influence behaviour. And I would ask conference now, in achieving firefighter safety, which where is the group that gets work done, but is more likely to suffer from the unexpected outcomes of any errors that may manifest themselves. The object of the firefighter, taking the ball as a symbol, is to score an effective goal. To beat the demon, the injury demon. But as we see all too often, and you see it every time you turn the TV on to watch soccer, the ball kicked in the same way by the same person doesn't necessarily always go in the back of the goal. Occasionally, it will rebound from the woodwork and it will cause a bloody nose. And that bloody nose may be minor or it may be major. The consequences from the same causal circumstances will or could be different. And this is where the firefighter injury focus narrows. Whilst firefighter safety is a broad picture, injury really is quite narrow because of similarity in causal circumstances. What they do over there that causes them a slight nosebleed could cause them over there a severe nosebleed if they don't know how you arrived at the solution and how better to approach the goal and take the kick next time. And the team coach, the supervisor, the team coach knows that if he doesn't let the whole team know how to score that goal, then they're likely never to get anywhere near the European Cup. How does it all put together? Safety science helps us understand these layers in a specific way. where the things, the very sharp cornered cube does over time become a ball. This is where the firefighter at the sharp end is undertaking the activity. Those at the beginning of the cycle are applied the word task makers by the scientists. They derive the task and the task requirements. But it's the sharp end, that we wear, them, they, that undertake the activity and take the actions. They do all the acting, and that is where the active error will occur. Now, this theory, this common cause theory, suggests that there's a link between near misses and minor nosebleeds and major nosebleeds. And many, many years ago, almost 100 years ago now, an accident investigator, an industrial accident investigator and engineer, William Heinrich, came up with what is known as Heinrich's pyramid. What he found, after he investigated 5,000 accident claims, what he found was that for every one very serious accident, very serious injury, there were 29 minor injuries as a result of exactly, not exactly, but very, very similar circumstances. But there were also 300 events where similar circumstances occurred and there was no injury at all. So, whilst science is out on the validity of Heinrich's common cause theory, what I found when I analysed 450 firefighter injury reports is that there was common causal issues. And the outcome, the consequences, can fall anywhere on that continuum. But the focus, according to the School of Common Cause and the Zero Vision paradigm, should be on near misses. Now let's be serious. Not only don't they appreciate that the workplace of the firefighter is unsafe, let's say optimistically that a fire service only has 10 major injury events in a year. And I do believe that to be very optimistic. What that means is thousands and thousands of near-miss reports. Really? Should we focus on a near-miss? Last year in England, there were 49 major injury accidents to firefighters reported. That's 15,000 near misses based on common cause theory. So really, are we going to focus on near miss? Safety science and global accident and injury investigation is in agreement. And now, the little bit of research that I've done corroborates that this common cause theory is valid. But the demons don't necessarily respect it. And arguably, I believe, in an ideal world, it's the minor bloody noses that we really, if we're going to focus on, we should focus on the minor bloody noses. Let me share a story. Many years ago, a very young, very inexperienced firefighter in his first 6 months of service responds to a factory fire on the station ground next door. His supervisor, his team coach, when they arrive, finds out what is required from the crews already working. The referee tells the team coach, I have a team of 2 firefighters about to start a fire attack in a ground floor compartment and they need help managing the hose. Can you send somebody in to help manage their hose? The young firefighter enters the room, having been told where to go and what to do, and as he enters the room, he notices that a large portion of the floor has been burned away. Turns out later they find out that it was burned away from a previous fire where arsonists had been trying to destroy this factory. Makes his way around the big hole, lets the other crew know that he's there, and all he can see is their legs anyway, because the smoke layer is down to the knees, inversion layer is at knee height. Takes hold of the hose, tells them they're ready to rock and roll, and they advance into the compartment where the fire is. They're about to start their fire attack. And within a few short minutes, one of the many fire phenomenon that we now have more respect for occurs, and the fire attack team rapidly withdraw. As they do, the young firefighter, the young inexperienced firefighter, is pushed by the hose through the hole in the floor. Fortunately for him, he lands with legs either side of a floor joist. Ouch. Leaves the room. In fact, all 3 firefighters leave the room. The fire attack team go over to their coach to explain what had just occurred. That young fireman goes over to his coach. Did you get that Freudian slip? The young fireman, in 1972, that's what they were, fireman. He goes over to his team coach and explains what has occurred. And his team coach, so the whole spectating crowd can hear, says, well, take your trousers down, let's have a look, see if you're bleeding. The young firefighter chooses not to in public, goes across to an ambulance. They take a quick look and they put a dressing on a minor pierce wound caused by a nail. Fast forward 30 years. A firefighter with 20 years service, really experienced, is on the 3rd floor of a factory fire. This particular factory has an engineered, designed hole in the floor. The hole corresponds with all 3 floors, and it's designed to allow the movement of heavy plant and machinery throughout the building. However, on this occasion, when the hose is moved backwards. He falls through all 3 floors and suffers fatal injuries. Now I'm going to share my artist's impression with you of the circumstances of the first incident. There you are, young firefighter, managing the hose on the outside curve with his back to the hole. Now, when they returned to station, the coach, instead of saying, well, it looks like you're all right, we'll leave it there then, and the young firefighter, through embarrassment of the way people might think he made such an obvious mistake, did not register a report. When clearly, if the hose moves under pressure, it is only going to move in one direction, which isn't a good idea. Now, had that event been reported, it may well have found its way into the training manuals that were common in the United Kingdom at the time, and they were called the Manuals of Firemanship. And those training manuals were designed to include images, lots of images that would visually demonstrate the point that's being made, and the visual image and the symbols leave a lasting impression. And had that been in the Manuals of Firemanship, and the solution, it may have saved a life 30 years later. But contemporary thought of this Vision Zero paradigm would rather be focused not on what went wrong, but on what should have gone right. Now, I struggled with this concept. How can you investigate what went well without in some way having to capture the things that didn't go well? But that's the way the paradigm, it would like accident investigation. That's the way the paradigm would like understanding active error in all of those normal workplaces. Take us on the journey to the zero vision of no accidents. But with my research now, what I think is a more valid reason, a more valid focus, is those events that aren't near misses, those events that leave a lasting lesson, a simple lesson like a minor nail injury in the inside of a thigh, instead of those injuries that cause some injury that, because of an absence from duty, means everything's affected. You know of fire stations where if one firefighter doesn't turn up when expected, everything has to be turned upside down, and, more importantly, the response when it's made is one pair of working hands short. That is a compromise to safety. And the demons are waiting to strike. So when that ball is kicked, should we focus on that? Or should we focus elsewhere? Well, yeah, injury occurred. And based on this common cause, that they may have the same causal patterns, may be influenced by the same environmental conditions, focus on them instead. My research, when I analysed, I found that they were in the majority. Where people had been injured, but never took any absence from work because the injury was less severe, were in the majority, which surprised me. It really did surprise me. And I thought, well, maybe that should be a better focus. They still know the story about the little boy falling through the hole in the floor. And that story may save that guy in 30 years' time. And if we apply the pyramid to that, we'd have no time loss injury based on major accident reporting. We'd have a smaller number of no time loss injuries. There's the theory. But there are other demons. I've explained that there are demons without the firefighter, all that environmental stuff. But in those cultural groups, there are demons at work within. And these are extracts from some of the responses I had in interviews with injured firefighters. The first one, at the time, during overall and makeup, I'd relaxed dress, undone his bunker coat. The decision to relax dress was as a result of habitual practice at that time and following the behaviours of my peers. So when he kicked the ball, all those embers fell down the back of his jacket, and it took some time to get those burning embers out. So those injuries magnified as the demon got to work. In the second case, at the time, I was focused on the task in hand, tunnel vision, and didn't consider the bigger picture. I partly believe this was due to my inexperience and desire to succeed at the task in front of my fellow firefighters. On this occasion, I kicked the ball. I did not report it through embarrassment and fear that I'd be punished. I didn't mean to step back through the hole in the floor, said the firefighter. Why should I be punished? But what is more worrying is the companion of the second demon, the macho male demon, the one that influences women firefighters to suffer lifting and carrying injuries for fear of being considered to be weak, or for them not to report an injury at all for the same reason. Part of the cause isn't gender specific. It's a lesson that we should learn. Anyway, here I am, halfway through, I think, and my focus has been on the sharp end. My focus has been on the we that do the work. What about the other cultural groups? Well, they're the group that do not realise that they removed in time and distance from when the active error occurs, they don't realise that they are establishing accident-causing conditions. They have no knowledge of that. And unless we have a way of getting back up the system from the sharp end and into the latent level, we won't know how to fix things. We won't know how to inform the coach and the team manager how to improve things next. The truth is, I'm really only just beginning to understand the things that, the demons that exist and how they influence outcomes without the firefighter. That can cause injury. But I'm only just beginning to understand the demons within, the human factors, the things that can impinge on the way people do their work, the things that, the environmental conditions, the preconditions that can influence the way they do their work. Several of the people that I interviewed who were injured because they were responding to and dealing with what we refer to in the UK as persons reported incidents. That means that at some stage in gathering the detail of the call for response or on arrival, somebody has suggested that somebody may still be inside a burning building. And they change their behaviour. The level of risk that they are prepared to accept changes. And I'm sure everybody in the room would expect the difference to in some way influence the way they react. And I got all of this data from my research, which started after I investigated the death of 2 firefighters. Delving deep into all of the actions, all of the activity and the active errors that resulted in these 2 fatalities, what quickly became absolutely clear to me was every decision they made, regardless of the outcome, every decision they made, and this wasn't a person's reported incident, made absolute sense to them at the time. Absolute sense. So I then developed the view that, are we actually training the way we do people? Are we actually training firefighters to make critical decisions? I know in the UK in the last 10 years we've invested millions and millions, I'm going to say euros, but really I mean pounds because of Brexit, millions on the infrastructure and technology that improves the quality of the incident commander's decision making. They have a bar that's set that they must step over or jump over to prove they're competent as incident commanders, and they can make critical decisions. And then a few weeks after qualifying, they'll go to a factory fire, they'll gather all of the necessary information, they'll establish their situation awareness, and they will make a fire attack plan. And that fire attack plan will involve a coach, a team coach, going over to 2 firefighters and sending them through the door where all of the unknown, all of the unexpected, where the demons are, and the only two people in that equation that haven't been trained to deal with critical decision making are the two people that have just sent through the door. And I argue that it is they that should be included in this need to demonstrate competence in critical decision making. We in the UK invented this thing many, many years ago, way back, 1980, called dynamic risk assessment. It was meant for firefighters to use when they're experiencing circumstances that they need to make a decision about. You can't train someone to make a decision based on dynamic risk assessment. All you can do is tell them what it is, where it applies, and how to go through the 5-step process. It's only with acquired knowledge and experience that they can add the decision element to the equation. So, my research set out to find out how many of these firefighters had been injured as a consequence of being faced with a critical decision. And to my absolute surprise and amazement, while the factor was really quite high, the higher cause of firefighter injury in England was a lack of skill. They were skill-based errors. The way we do things around here. The question this raises, and therefore the search for solutions, they focus on each of these safety culture group levels. They focus on the need to ensure firefighters, the way they are going to do things when they're in the demon's workplace, are informed by knowledge, understanding, skill, and experience. They're the four most important components of competence. Ownership of competence and those four components lies at every level, every socio-cultural level of the organisation. Any fire service, any fire department, any fire station. Firefighters at the sharp end are can-do people. They will take somebody else's misery and chaos, they will improvise, they'll adapt, and they'll overcome the malevolence of the injury-causing demon. And we should expect and accept that to do that, no matter how we imagine work should be done, it won't be the way we expect it to be done. This also means that is a pivotal in the role of any culture that wants to meander towards or race towards the Vision Zero paradigm. There's got to be some basic steps. There's got to be a start point. There's got to be a start point that takes account of the human beings involved, the people involved in those sharp-end decisions. The language. You saw one particular case earlier where a report wasn't made for fear of blame. The language that accident investigators use is a very binary language. It has positivity and negativity. It uses words like blame. The worst words it uses are right and wrong. You shouldn't have done that. Serves you right. You were wrong. We should perhaps try and find a more suitable way of describing these things when we want to label them, when we want to learn from them. In the US now, many fire departments have tried to set aside the expression near miss. And they're starting to use in many of their investigations and reports, most of which are published, they're open source, close call. But I, like I said earlier, use the image of the firefighter managing the hose, and it leaves a lasting visual impression, like I have in parts of this presentation. I've used the analogy of the goal. Could we not call that a good catch? When the demon doesn't get the ball? When it rebounds and we prevent it from causing a bloody nose? Or a good save? One thing we shouldn't overlook is they are the people who do things. They are the people with the knowledge and the experience. We should embrace that. And when we decide we've got to change procedures, they should have a place at the table. They should have a place at the table when the strategy is being determined, and they should certainly have a place at the table when a standard operating procedure is being developed. We should allow the coach some discretion. We should allow the coach the discretion to be able to report these things when it's important, quickly and efficiently. Maybe even use social media, which can be used to ensure truth, not rumour. And above all else, the procedure has got to be simple. If you've got to fill a 12-page report out because somebody broke a fingernail, are you going to do it? Right. And above all else, we should ensure that they have the knowledge, the skill, the understanding and the experience. They are competent. Now, let's go back to that definition earlier. There it is again. The sum of attitudes, customs and beliefs that distinguishes one group of people from another. Culture is transmitted through language, as I've been shouting and barking. Material objects, ritual, instructions and art from one generation to the next. There's some important words there. Culture is transmitted through objects, instructions and art from one generation to the next. Can I offer a perfect example of how images, whether it's a demon's head, of football coach analogy, the football manager, the goal, how images can influence behaviour. Schiphol Airport. Behavioural psychologists many years ago were asked by Schiphol Airport if they can help with the cleaning bill. Right? Can you help us with the cleaning bill in the men's urinals? It took them only 10 days to reach a solution. And the cleaning bills went down in Schiphol Airport by 75%, just by the influence, behavioural influence, of an image. This is how influential on behaviour, and dare I say male behaviour, that objects, implied instructions and art can have. In adopting a safety culture and imagining how work should be done, we should be mindful of all the messages we use to influence behaviour. And with respect, can I offer more food for thought? I would argue, and I have passionately, that it's knowledge, skill, understanding, and at all the socio-cultural levels, experience that saves lives, and that alone will ensure both heroes and victims go home. Thank you. Coffee.
Not coffee, no, it's Pieter and then coffee.
Scary.
Yeah. Where did you have it? Where did you put it? The sound was really good.
On my band, on my lanyard. I think that'll slide over your belt.
Yeah, I'll go back.
Right.
Is it this one?
Yes. Sorry. Can you put it on? Yeah. Is this okay? This is okay?
Κύριε, συγγνώμη, δεν έχουμε καφέ τώρα, θα πάμε στην επόμενη ομιλία και μετά καφέ.
There's no coffee break right now. We will continue with our next presentation, and after the next presentation, we will have a break.
Yeah. Whatever you feel works.
Απόλλωνα.
As in boss.
Get it back. Get it back.
Just tell them.
You want to
2
keep
minutes.
going?
Yeah, 2 minutes. We'll give them these to come back and having a cigarette ready.
What you can say in between is that they can scan the QR code and then they have, well, most of them will be able to download the presentation.
How they get the presentation?
If they scan that one with their phone, like you did, they have it. So that keeps them busy around it.
Απόλλωνα.
Even from the back of the room, you can read it. So you're good.
Cool. Wow, thank you. Yeah, it's this one. Okay.
Το έχω ανοίξει, δεν σου Λοιπόν, καλημέρα και από μένα.
Good morning. For our next presentation, we will hear from Pieter Maes, who's a chief firefighter at the Brussels Fire Service and the founder of the Firefighter Mayday Program. His speech today is about where we are and how we got there.
Good morning, everybody. First of all, I invite you to get out your smartphone and scan this QR code. You can download the presentation in PDF normally. If it wouldn't work, I'm sure you'll share it around, but so everybody can follow the presentation on a PDF. You can make notes if you want to. I will bring that back at the end of the presentation. If you then decide it is interesting, you can still download it. I'm Pieter Maes, as we say. I'm happy to say I'm just a firefighter. No researcher, no officer, and I'm actually a happy firefighter. I have a lot of fun in my job, I have passion. That's probably the oldest picture I could find. I work with some guys that are around here too, from time to time, involved in CFBT. That was my very first experience going elsewhere for training, that's Croatia, the CFBT training with people from all over Europe. And the happiness in my job, well, maybe it has something to do with my boss, who values happy firefighters, which is Karel, who explained yesterday, happy firefighters is what he wants. Well, it works. And then what I'm going to try to tell you today is the story of the Firefighter Mayday Program, where we started and where we are now and how we got there and the lessons that we've learned. It actually started in 2011, 2012 with 4 guys up left. And it evolved with a whole group of people. We went to France, Thierry Gilbert, great person, a lot of knowledge. In Belgium, I had my wingman, Steve de Blauwe, who does amazing things. In Amsterdam, I actually got my own fire truck called Pieter. Joined that crew, that was fun. Ended up in Nepal, training the Kathmandu firefighters for SCBA. Ended up in Portugal with Rui. He's an amazing man doing a lot of things. In Germany, Thomas is doing things. In Holland, I have Ralph and Stefan Klaes pushing things. It's a group thing. The Firefighter Mayday Program is not me. It's a whole network of people joining in and trying to bring the same message and trying to make every single day safer for every firefighter, wherever you are. And it's not really visible, but there's somebody in that picture that you actually know in Portugal. Kimon, are you around? Oh, he's out? Okay. So it's a network. We have over 300 instructors using the program in different countries. We have over 10,000 people, firefighters that use the program, that went through the program. And that was a fun experience. People started organizing fireground survival events based on the skills and the things that we teach and learn. There was a competition element in it, which firefighters very often really love, to have some competition. This started in Portugal, but now it's happening in France, Belgium. Here's some echoes in Holland, maybe, the Netherlands. We use a standardized didactic and pedagogic method. And that's very important. All the instructors that we train get the same information, get the same documents, and work in the same way. I believe that's crucial to have a program that runs and that keeps going with a high quality and a high vision on safety. And we have an online platform that's translated in Dutch, French, English, and Portuguese, where we share this information so that everybody always has access to the right information, the latest information. But why did we start this? Well, back in 2011-ish, 12-ish, me and 3 other guys from Brussels, great colleagues, Patrick, Jerry, and Mike, we had a decade of accidents. And we were frustrated that we were losing people. And while we thought of ourselves that we were training and doing our best to fight fires and to save civilians, our impression and our feeling was that we had to improvise to save our own. We had no standardized protocol or tactic or strategy to use when one of our own friends or colleagues got in trouble. And I started doing this presentation in 2014, 2015. And we had some hope up to 2019 that we stopped the evolution, which is false hope, of course. 2019, Chris died in a fire. He was actually one of my instructors. And he was a CFBT instructor. So knowledge and skills were definitely present. And 2 weeks ago, a year ago, we've lost our colleague and friend in Brussels. So it doesn't stop, which motivates us to keep going and keep pushing. But if you look at the big accidents where we lose people, folks are going to start pulling your sleeve. They'll come up to you like, hey, do you know this story? Have you heard about this accident? Do you know that one? And there's so much more that comes above the waterline. 2009, Dixma, back in those days, you'd call it a freak fire. The house you're looking at is after the incident. And in that incident, 2 firefighters got severely burned upper torso to the point that they would never pick up their lives again the way they had it. Fire About Potatoes is a factory fire where a firefighter would lose his team. He ends up near a staircase at the outside wall of the factory. He has no radio. And he's running out of air. In 2015, no radio, no way to communicate. I'm in trouble. I need help. What he finally did, pulled out his cell phone, his smartphone, called somebody in the village, and asked that guy, can you tell the guys here that I'm in trouble and they have to get me out? And they got him out. He had some time in the burn center, but he's okay in the end. But nobody knows about those incidents, unless if we talk about them. Officially, we do very, very little with them. Through 2020, in the French-speaking part of Belgium, which Karel explained yesterday how the country is organized, so I skipped that part. We had a colleague trapped after a collapsed floor. First floor collapsed down to ground floor. He was trapped and he lost his arm in that accident. Now the difference, if you look at the pictures, is that 2020, we had the word Mayday. Before that, the accidents happened and there was nothing in place. But what we've been doing the past 12 years, the last situations, we can actually say there was a Mayday call. A firefighter in trouble used the Mayday protocol to call out for help in a correct way. And we had it in the French-speaking part of Belgium. Personally, I was sitting on the dispatch, on the radios, in 2021 in Brussels, when I suddenly heard Mayday, Mayday, Mayday over the radio myself. So I got a Mayday from an intervention that our department had. It was a colleague that was on the second floor, entered the room with a smoldering fire, and he went through the floor of the second floor, hit the first floor, went through the first floor, and ended up in the basement, basically. He was okay, and the response of the fire department was really impressive. The fact that we had a Mayday coming out of the intervention, and that we could input the Mayday into our system, and the system is my colleagues, is my department. Make that announcement, we have a Mayday. You're going out for a Mayday, and the reinforcements going out were highly motivated, were very efficient, eventually not even needed. But the fact that everybody experienced that, hey, if we call a Mayday, the train starts rolling and help is coming, that was really important for everybody to realize. And then one of the last Mayday situations that was in Anderlecht, we had 3 colleagues trapped with 2 civilians. And they've done several Maydays, and we needed almost half an hour to locate them and get them out eventually. We got them out just in time. Minutes later, that compartment, that area of that building went to flashover. Now, on top of all that, we know, because of information we get, this is not official, but we know in the last 5 years we had over 100 accidents occurring at fires. If you want to change something, if you want to improve something, you have to try to get data. You have to try to get numbers. You have to try to understand what's going on. So what we started to do in an unofficial way is catalog the information we got. And on the website, there's a public list of all the accidents and incidents and Mayday situations that people report to us, or the ones that we detect in the news. My friend, my Dutch colleague, Ralph, is actually keeping track of all this and doing this for us. It gives you an insight on the fact that, yeah, we do need something for our own firefighters. If you have 100 accidents over 5 years, that's 20 times per year that a firefighter will call for help. If you recognize that, and you have nothing in place, then you need to get to work and install something so that that firefighter can ask for help in the correct way, and that we as a department can respond to it. And if you start collecting data, you get numbers. And you can look at what time do accidents happen. Now, nighttime is not the best time to be on shift. And right after lunch either. And that's a known fact scientifically. Right after lunch, right after a meal, your stomach is demanding all the oxygen. And your brain is working in a different way. It's actually confirmed by these numbers. If you look at what is related to the accident, I know it's in Dutch, but the shocking one for me was personal protective equipment, PPE. 2020, 10 accidents related to bad or wrongly used PPE. 2021 is even confirmed, it's even worse, 24 accidents. Those are accidents I believe are 100% avoidable. If we're not using our PPE correct, and that leads to an accident, that is avoidable. That's training, that's skills. Behind those numbers, there's every single time a story. Every accident that happens has a story. And I believe that a firefighter suffering from an accident, suffering from an injury, would do everything he can to make sure that his colleagues don't have the same accident, don't have the same injury. And the way we can do this is by telling stories. Ed Ooms is a Dutch guy from the Netherlands. And he's basically an expert in accident research and how to tell the story of an accident. And he states that for firefighters, our most effective and lasting way of learning is the hours we spend together, and that we talk to each other and that we tell stories. Listening to an older colleague, telling his story. Maybe something he heard, but those are the things that we remember. We remember more of a story told by a colleague than sitting in a classroom. And my personal experience that opened my eyes for this was a guy in Antwerp years ago. I was delivering a training. And there was an old chief in the station listening in on the training, leaning over, looking at what we were doing. And the second or third morning I get into the station, he grabs my arm. He pulls me aside. Hey, can I tell you a story? Oh, yeah, of course you can. And I look at his hands. And if you look at his fingers, I noticed right away, like, oh crap, that's scar tissue from burns. He's carrying the scars from the story. And he starts drawing a situation on a beer cart. And he tells a story of a house fire with one person trapped, and this is in the 90s, 95. And he goes to the backside of the house with a high-pressure hose line, and he starts to go into the back door for an interior attack. Smoke is about halfway the door. He has some visibility, and he yells back to his colleagues, put a light in the door. To this day, he still doesn't know why he said that, but he did. He asked the colleagues, put a light in the door. He continued to the second door, kitchen area, smoke banking down even further, and he goes into the kitchen in search for the old lady. He will encounter what he describes as a flashover. Smoke goes to the floor, extreme heat, unbearable, he has to get out. Goes down on his belly, loses visibility completely, right away, can't see a thing, and wants to use his radio to call for help. The radios in the 90s, they had buttons really small, so he pulls out his gloves, takes off his gloves, burns his hands right away. Can't use a radio, so he starts bunkering and looking around to find a point of reference, to find the exit. At some point, suddenly in the corner, he sees a light spot, a really bright light, and he starts going towards the light on his belly. He keeps going, and at some point, he feels that he's grabbed by his SCBA, and he's pulled out, and he's out. He's okay. They take off his mask, they put him against the wall, he sees his hands completely burned, and he sees his mask baked brown. Something to know, the first thing that's been affected by heat of your gear is your face shield. That's the first thing that will react to heat. And he looks at the face shield, he looks at the mask, and he sees a hole in the mask, right at the same place where he saw the light. So the heat burned a hole in his mask, in his face piece. And the light he saw was the light he asked to put in the door. His light saved his life. This is in 95. It's a simple, cheap measure that we can do on every single fire. Put a light in the door. We never talked about it. It's such a cheap thing. If his story would have been shared, we would have done it every time. And we do it from time to time. And we're standardizing it more and more. And I've used it 2 or 3 times. Looking back, see the light and knowing, okay, that's the way I need to go. Why didn't we talk about this story? And that's because we have a culture of blame and shame. If we have an accident, and Belgium is quite strong in that, there's a risk that they'll blame you, and you'll get the fault, and you'll pay the price. So the more I tell, the more information I share, the more vulnerable I am to that effect. So I'm not going to say anything. I'm holding back. We're trying to change that culture, opening it up, sharing stories, building case studies, sometimes making them anonymous so that there's no traceable effect, but we really want to get the stories out because it's the most effective way of learning for us as a group. And I find it symbolic that this guy had to share his story on a beer cart, of all things. So, collecting data, sharing stories, building up awareness is one thing, but we still didn't have a real solution. How can we save our colleagues? So you start Googling, and this is what you'll find. The Rapid Intervention Team, a design crew that will serve as a standby rescue team for personnel and be available for the immediate rescue, search and rescue of any missing, trapped, injured, or accounted for firefighters. Sounds great. Sounds spectacular. And so did we believe. We were like, this is what we're going to do. So the same 4 guys. We spent holidays and some money, and we went over to the United States. And we followed RIT trainings. the rapid intervention teams. We had the time of our life. If they burn a live fire training, there is no calculated fuel load, which we found interesting. The learning curve is discussable, but for us it was plain fun. And we felt like the kings. We came back with the idea, we're going to start RIT in Belgium. We're going to start RIT teams in the big cities, the big departments, and we're going to save our colleagues, and we'll go out to the regional local departments. We'll help them out if needed. We thought we found it. Two people stopped me. John McDonough, which has been mentioned before, really gently mentioned, Peter, you should actually do some more research and look into that documentation that I'm sending you over. This might not be the best idea. John. Karel, on the other side, 10 years ago, developing his human skills, you will not do that. All right. My reaction, the only thing I could say, why? Was the only thing I could utter. Thing is, they had an answer. They actually had the documents and the information for the why. Why you will not do this. It's research by Steve Kreitz. Rapid intervention isn't rapid. It's based on a lethal accident with Brett Tarver. And the thing that really shook me awake, that concerned me, was the date. We went to the States 2011, 2012 to train for RIT training. And they throw me a report, a research document out of 2003, 8 years before, saying it's not working. Crap. So I started digging into this story. I had to know what's going on. Brett Tarver and his team responded to a supermarket fire, a large volume complex building. The fire started outside in the Bravo Charlie corner. It was a dumpster on fire. They couldn't put it out right away because there were high voltage electricity cables above and they had issues with that. So the fire kept going for some time, and the wind was actually pushing towards the building. Brett and his team are sent to the Alpha site, and they have to go inside to check for people still in there, and to check for fire extension. There are two shops here that will check first, which are negative, all clear. No smoke, no flames, nobody in there. The third time they go in is the main shop. And straight away they notice that's kind of a haze, high up. The shop is 5 meters high. That's the ceiling. Above the ceiling, there's a void of 2 meters to the roof. And they see a little haze below the ceiling, but they probably never understood what was happening in the void above the ceiling. They do decide to take a line. We'll take a hose line with us. And they go with 4 people on one line, and they advance towards the Bravo Charlie corner where they suspect the trouble. And indeed, they get to that corner, to that storage area, and they discover a fire working in development. So they start working on the fire, doing what they have to do. And quite soon, Brett Tarver is a huge guy, very muscular. He goes on his whistle. And he turns around to his team leader, goes like, I'm on my whistle, I should go out. All right, team leader goes like, with 4 people in, 4 people out. It's like, this is a wise decision. They all 4 go out. The team leader says, we turn around, we follow the hose line back out of the building. They do so Brett Tarver is the last person of 4. They stand up, start following the hose line, and Brett's going to trip. He's going to fall. In his fall, he grabs the guy in front of him and pulls him down to the ground. Both are on the ground, both are moving around, trying to find their orientation, and they both stand up again. The third guy, he's radio communication. He hears a radio from colleagues nearby a little bit further, and he goes towards that sound. He finds that team, and they'll start going out. Brett Tarver is standing up, trying to find his orientation, and decides to walk in a certain direction. He will slam into a wall, go back down on the ground, still on his whistle, getting concerned about his air, and he will send out his first mayday. Mayday, 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 Tarver, and all the rest. The IC outside hears his mayday. It's a very correct, good mayday. And he's thinking about, okay, how I'm going to solve this. I have a RIT team. They have 2 RIT teams on standby, actually, and at that moment, probably 80 firefighters around the building. And he's building up the response to the mayday, and he sees 3 guys coming out of the building. The 3rd guy that found the other crew that was crawling out comes out, and he goes like, I'm out, I'm okay. So the IC, the commander, thinks, oh, that's the mayday coming out. The mayday is solved. I don't like what I'm seeing. Let's go defensive on this building. Let's pull out and consider the building as lost. So he gives a radio message, we go defensive. Brett Tarver is still inside. And he hears on the radio, oh my God, they're going defensive. I'm still in here. So he sends out the 2nd mayday. Again, very correct. Still saying, mayday, 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 Tarver, still inside. Get me out, please. That moment, hell breaks loose. Both RIT teams go inside, and all the other colleagues around the building, hearing this, and feeling that, oh my God, we left somebody behind, they start engaging to try to rescue Brett. They will find Brett 5 times. First 2 times, Brett is conscious, standing up, and basically walking around. But he pulled out his regulator, so he's breathing in toxic fumes. The first guy will ask Brett, okay, come on, follow me. I'll take you outside. And Brett is just going to walk away. The second guy grabs Brett, wants to pull him out, and Brett just knocks him down. He starts to fight physically. He's defensive with his colleague. The 3rd and the 4th time they locate Brett is based on hearing Brett. They heard Brett in that Charlie, or the Bravo Charlie quarter. The 5th time they find Brett, he's unconscious in the storage room, and they start the extraction of Brett. By that time, sadly, it's not a rescue, it's a recovery. Why is Brett not responding in a normal way to those 2 first rescuers? That's linked to smoke intoxication. The first thing that will hamper your thought and your logical thinking is your brain. And your brain is influenced by smoke. So that explains his behavior. Now, in the process of saving Brett, 2 RIT teams, over 80 colleagues on scene, they had 12 more maydays. 12 other people got themselves in trouble trying to save a colleague. One of those called out a mayday, I'm out of air. Kept his mask on, went into respiratory arrest. They pulled him out, they did CPR, and he's okay. But 12 more maydays trying to save 1. So Steve Kreitz, who is an officer at the department, was like, what the heck just happened? We had good maydays. We located the guy 5 times. We had 2 RIT teams. We had 80 plus colleagues, and we couldn't get him out. What is wrong with our system? So he started a research project, and he recreated the scenario that Brett was in. He found an area, some kind of sports hall. He put in some objects, a hose line. He put a firefighter unconscious about 10 meters down the line, 3 meters away from the line, and a second firefighter conscious next to the line. And he gave 200 times the same order to the RIT teams, go get the colleagues, get them out. Follow the line, they're blindfolded by the way, 0 visibility. Follow the line, find your colleague, pull him out. That's what you're trained for, that's what the system is supposed to do. He found out that on average, in those conditions, which are straightforward and easy, slick floor, nothing too bad, on average, it takes 21 minutes to locate the colleague, prep him for extraction, and get him out. 21 minutes in those conditions. What do you think it's in these conditions where they had to pull bread out. Those 21 minutes just go up. Now, okay, 21 minutes, and okay, maybe 30 minutes. What's the deal? This is the deal. The time we can function, the time we can survive, is determined by the air we have in our bottle. And in the US, in those days, they had smaller bottles, 5 liter, and lower pressure, 200 bar, which gives you 1,000 liters. Which, if I follow what they used to tell us in training, if I consume 40 liters per minute, will give me 20 to 25 minutes. Which is an issue if you know that you need 21 minutes. Oh, but in Europe we're much better. In Europe we're doing much better. The 320 bar is what we do in Brussels. It's not a rule, I've learned this morning. But we have 300 bars, 6.8 liters. We have more than the double of air to work with. We can do this. And we only consume 40 liters per minute, which was that was what I was taught. That's what was in the book. I keep coming against the same guy. A couple years ago, Karel did research on search and rescue. How long does it take to do search and rescue in certain conditions? And he also looked at air consumption. That's what was in the book, 40 liters per minute. Going without a hose line is already 70. Going with a hose line, 84. And going towards a fire with a hose line is up to 100 liters per minute. I think going towards a colleague, trying to rescue your friend, is probably even more. Which means that if we have 2,000 liters, we Europeans, we're smarter, it's back down to 20 minutes. If you know this, RIT, knowing the air consumption, knowing the conditions, you get one of these teams. Kamikaze pilots. It's suicidal to send people in as a RIT team. So, it wasn't very helpful for us, because we still didn't have a solution. We only were coming across more problems, more trouble, more challenges. And I'm a problem solver. By nature, I try to find solutions, if possible, as simple as possible. So I gave myself some time to look at firefighter culture and differences between USA and Europe, because we really did learn a lot in the USA. We've learned a lot of useful skills, things that we still use. But I also learned a huge amount in Europe. The difference is that in the States, it's very skill-driven. They will train to react. We have a mayday, we have a problem. How can we solve that? Let's create a RIT team. A RIT team to react to the mayday. On our side of the ocean, okay, we had a problem, we had a mayday. How can we solve that? Let's look why it happened. And let's try to have our firefighters to implement the knowledge that they can analyze the situation, they can understand the fire behavior, and they can predict what's going to happen and get out in time. I literally had discussions where Carl was saying, we're not going to have any accidents because I'm going to train people so good that they will get out of trouble before the trouble happens. I didn't really agree. And we do still have accidents, so it still happens. But these two is a difference in approach. There you go. So keep that in thought, a different approach. I learned that the best mayday, indeed, is the mayday that never happens. That's our first line of defense. If we have 100 maydays, and we can avoid 50 or 70 or 80 by doing more and better training, that's the best solution. It's also the cheapest one. So it made me wonder about this specific accident. Why is Brett Tarver dead? Why didn't he make it out? And as Bill said, they have written huge reports. 100 pages internally, 20 pages CDC, videos analyzed, so you can find a huge amount of information on this incident. It's pulled apart as much as you can. But I never found the real answer. Brett Tarver was given the order to go out, follow the hose line. And he tripped. He fell. Why do you think somebody falls walking towards an exit, following a line? Could it be? Yeah, but I'm standing up, I'm not falling. No. There's no smoke here. There's no smoke. So I can walk around, be safe, be okay, be stable, no issue. We were training firefighters in 2010 and later. If we have zero visibility, I can't even do it correctly anymore, but it was swiping your arms, stay upright, and walk like that in smoke. We trained firefighters something called, literally, blind walking, blindlopen. I was like, what? Because imagine Brett Tarver. Okay, we go out, follow the hose line. Yes, sir. Oh, no visibility. Go down. Still no visibility. Down to the hose line. Out I go, over the hose line. Can I fall? Can I trip? 30 seconds, I'm out. Why, for God's sake, didn't Brett have that reaction if he has zero visibility? Why, for God's sake, were we still training people standing up, doing a robotic move, thinking it was safe? Getting to this insight was life-changing for me. This is when I knew, okay, we have to restart. We have to look at our base level skills, and we have to look at every single firefighter, and this has to get better. It's not about the special RIT team that's highly skilled, highly trained, selective, exclusive. It's about every single firefighter. We can avoid so many accidents if we all become top-notch experts in interior firefighting with SCBA. And we were not at the time. But there's still the issue about some people willing to implement training to improve on the prevention side, and me saying, no, no, no. We do need to do something if the shit hits the fan. It's an illusion to think that it always goes to plan. How do you balance that? Well, Ed Harton is an American fire chief, and he's the guy behind CFBT USA. So he has this CFBT insights and vision. But mandatory by law, he also has to implement RIT. So he has to combine both. I was like, that guy can help me. He knows how to balance it. He told me he spends 75% of the time of training on staying out of trouble, avoiding it, preventing it. And 25% of the time is about getting out of trouble if it does go wrong. Okay, how do you see that? Well, he says, it's very simple. 1 out of 4 revolutions, the guy's going with a hustle, advance, advance, pulse, pulse, advance. I'll say, stop. Your actions are not having an effect on the environment. You're not controlling it. It's getting warmer and warmer. It's getting too warm. You have to retreat. And the amount of water that you were using pulsing was not enough. So guess what? I want you to use more water, permanent. Open it up, full stream, go back. Go backwards? I've never been trained that. In my training career as a firefighter, nobody ever explained to me how I can efficiently retreat with a hose line while giving as much water as possible to protect me. So that's what you do. 1 out of 4, you just say, stop, it's not working. You have to go back. Okay, what else? Well, they'll go in for an evolution, and I'll block the exit. What do you mean block the exit? Yeah, Because the way we train is we go in one way, and we always go out the same way. So by definition, in a fire, if my back way, my exit is blocked off by collapse, by fire, by anything, I will still try to go back that way because that's how I'm trained. He says, I want my firefighters to think all the time about secondary exits. There are quite a few cases where you will see that a firefighter will die in a fire meters, less than meters away from an exit. Far away from his first exit, from his entrance, far away from his point of entrance, but really close to his secondary exit. So I want firefighters, when they go in, 1 out of 4 times, think about, okay, I have a door right. Look behind the door, there's a window, and it's only first floor. I can go out that window if I need to. Close the door, advance. If shit goes wrong, into that door, at the window, mayday, 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 Maes, first floor, alpha side, get me a ladder. And I close the door. If you close the door, you buy a whole bunch of time. Those reflexes, that kind of thinking, that's what I want. That's what I want to have. So, what else are we going to do if it really goes wrong? Because what if the guy isn't making it out? If you have to go and help him, do we still need that RIT team? Do we still need to spend time and money on the specialized elite groups? Around 2018, I met 2 guys from New York Fire Department, and they have quite a few of Maydays. They also have probably the most experienced RIT team in the world, Squad 1. And they've kept numbers, statistics of 20 years of Maydays. From 1989 to 2008. Turns out, 76% of a Mayday is rescued by the same crew or a crew nearby, not the RIT team. Only 24% of the times it's the exterior specialized trained team that will make the difference. 3/4 of the time, it's us. It's all of us nearby the Mayday, responding to the Mayday, getting him out. There's another initiative, the secret list. You can find it online, and the links are on the last slide. They've analyzed 1,000 Maydays. And they got even better data. 22% of the firefighters that launch a Mayday, they'll do a self-rescue. Mayday, 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 Maes, second floor, Charlie side, I'm trying to get to a door. And they make it to the door and they get out. 25% is actually pulled out by their direct colleagues, the same crew, right around that guy. And 30% is rescued by a close-by crew. They even go below 20%. Less than 20%, the RIT team is involved in the rescue. If you have this, I know where I want to put my money. I'll put my money in all my colleagues around me, inside, and I want all my colleagues around me to be able to help me, because they are making the difference. So, if RIT is not the solution, then we all are the solution. And if we can optimize, and that's an understatement, I want to be the best in fire attack, efficient hose management, and top of the world search and rescue. We will probably avoid most of our Maydays, but also, if you're really good in these techniques, you'll also be able to respond to your Mayday. Who had specific training? Who had specific training to extract a civilian unconscious person from an underventilated fire with smoke banking down to, say, 50 centimeters? Who? Is it translated? Okay, but isn't that our main mission? Isn't that number one, rescuing civilians? I can't get it. Why don't we get specific training? Well, what I was told back in the days is you grab the victim in what we call rouwtake grab. You stand up and you go outside. Hold on, he's laying down in like 30, 50 centimeters of air. That's keeping him bearable alive, and there's research actually proving that you can find survivors very, very close to the fire in that low layer of air. He's still alive, breathing the little bit of air there is. I have a mask on, I'm okay. I grab that person, I stand up into the smoke, thick black smoke. My mask is saving me, but the guy is suffocating. Your rescue, by the end you get outside, is no longer a rescue. Good. If you have techniques to drag him, very quickly, very simply, if you have techniques to keep your victim on the ground in that safe layer, that makes a difference. But we don't have that training, not even for civilians. So who am I to then state we need specific money and training?
I agree with that. Because
Can we agree that we'll ask questions afterwards? Okay, cool, thank you. Who am I to ask for money and budget to get specific training to rescue my colleagues if I don't even have the base training for civilians, which is our primary mission? So we decided that we were gonna invest in these things first, get everybody better at what we have to do, our base skills, and use those to rescue each other. Now, to do such a thing, we've developed, based on what we've learned in the States, a whole bunch of modules. It's what we call a parcours, where you'll go through with your SCBA, where you'll do things that you normally do not do. We totally agree on that. But your skill level with your SCBA will be augmented big time. We will actually bring you in pretty stressful situations. And our goal is that in those situations, you manage your stress, you learn to know yourself. What is my stress doing to myself? Because who has actually ever emptied an SCBA bottle? You get the whistle, and then you go down to 0. And you only take your mask off if there's nothing left. Anybody has done this? I see 1, 2 hands, 3, 4. Isn't it unfair that we send you out to a fire where this can happen in a critical situation with a high amount of stress, and you've never trained on that? You've never had that feeling before, and still we put you in that possible situation. So one of the things we do is we will challenge you on a respiratory level with an SCBA, but we'll be around you to coach you and help you to feel okay with the stress that you're going to experience. And if you can manage your stress, you can actually stay calm and you can keep looking for solutions. You will send out a good Mayday. So that's the hardware with standardized documents and plans. We don't want the blue Volvo, we want a yellow Volvo, just so you know. But behind that, there's more. A couple years ago, the Amsterdam Fire Department had an incident, Hoofddorpplein, and they had a crew inside. And it was a small kitchen, back area, and it went to flashover. 4 guys. 3 of them got out quite easily, straightforward, but the 4th guy actually stumbled, fell. And in his head, this guy decided, I'm going to stay here. This is it. His crew commander, who was waiting outside, ready with SCBA, 1, 2, 3, I'm missing one. So he just stepped in, he found the colleague quite quickly, grabbed him and pulled him out also. The colleague that was dragged out didn't understand what happened in the fire compartment. They didn't understand the fire behavior. So that was already difficult. And he didn't really understand how he actually got out also. In his head, he was afraid for his own life, and he does not understand how he got into that situation, nor how he got out of that situation. Having those black holes in your memory is the ideal feeding ground for post-traumatic stress syndrome. And that's what they were suffering from. So Amsterdam contacts us, asking one question to the crew. are you guys willing to go follow the fireground survival training, Mayday training, and let us know if you think it would have been helpful in your situation? And the question to us was, can you get these guys back operational with SCBA? Because they have a barrier. If I had a certain situation with the SCBA and smoke and I lost almost my life, and I don't understand how I actually got out of it, no way I'm going back in. I want to know the solution, and then I'll go back in. Luckily, I could turn to my wife, who's a psychologist, and I asked her, do you think we can do this? Can we take these guys into the program, and can we rebuild confidence? Can we rebuild their skills that they become operational again? She asked me, what are you actually doing the past 5 years? Okay, we do this, that, that. And I also said her, the critical point in our program is the participant, the firefighter, is the central point. Everything is around the firefighter, not the program. We adapt to the firefighter, we adapt to the individual. Oh, cool, that's great, because that's what you can use. We want to have an inclusive program. Now, what we do very simple. Every firefighter arriving at a training can decide himself what his starting level is. And it happens that they go like, you know what? Can I leave out my SCBA for the first time? I want to try it without SCBA. Oh, cool, no problem. If that's your starting level that you feel safe with, that you can manage your stress, go for that. The next time, tempo, the next time he might go, do you know what? Do you have a backplate, SCBA backplate, and can you put in a PVC tube, the same size as a bottle, but not the weight of a bottle? So I have the feeling of it, but it's not that heavy? Yeah, cool, do that, without a mask. Little step forward. And they will determine the level they start with, the tempo they advance, and they will also tell you, I feel really uncomfortable doing something, my both arms up front, or not reaching my mask. It scares the shit out of me. All right, cool. We'll work with that. We're here. The biggest example of what you can reach by doing an exclusive approach that way is, I lost the name. Colleague. This colleague was in the station, fire station, Antwerp somewhere. And he got a command basically. We have 2 spots for training, instructor training. Who wants to go? One colleague goes, yeah, I'll go. Okay, 1 spot left. Christophe Pieter, that's the name. And so the chief goes, Christophe, you're gonna go. All right, I'll go to the training. No, I like training, why not? Christophe arrives at the training, seeing all this stuff, and then grabbing my sleeve like, did I tell you I have claustrophobia? Which he really has in a severe way. I was like, no, they didn't, and they clearly didn't tell you what you were coming for. But I told them, if we respect this, if we respect your entrance level, and we start building on that, you'll be okay. Christophe today is one of the best instructors we have. Because he had to manage his stress, and he had to learn that being afraid, being concerned, is not the big problem. By doing that, respecting those principles, our learning curves are these. People start on different places, different times, different levels, but they're always happy. And everybody, every single firefighter going home improved a little bit, improved a bit more, improved a lot. Everybody goes a step forward. I prefer having a team that makes a step forward all together and being stronger together than leaving people behind because you're not able to adapt to your participants' level and demand. Now, little help in visualizing that process. We will actually get people pretty stressed out. But they'll find ways to manage that stress, stay calm. I'll send out a Mayday, I'll find my safe spot, I'll buy time for the people coming from me. That's what we work on. Everybody has a comfort zone. Everybody has an experience level that he feels confident and okay. We're not going to push you out of that zone. We're going to ask you, would you be willing to just go and have a feel outside of that zone? Like, okay, oh, that's stable. I can actually stand here. For example, I've done an evolution with visibility. What do you think about trying it without visibility? Oof. I don't know, I'll check it out. And I'm working without visibility. I'm coached, I have somebody around me. I feel safe. And because I feel safe, that circle actually becomes bigger. My comfort zone just became bigger because I feel that stability, that safety. Okay, I can do this. I can function with this level of stress. If you push people outside of their comfort zone, completely out of their comfort zone, 2 feet out, and they have no reference anymore, what is safe, what is functional for me, what's okay for me, very likely the level of stress you're giving them is the level of stress the Amsterdam firefighter had getting out of a situation that's afraid for his well-being. What do you think is going to happen to that circle? It's going to get smaller. I'm not going to go back to that. So the effect of not respecting that is also that these firefighters, in this case, they're not coming back. And they'll actually won't invite people to go to your training. So if you protect the positive learning curve, these firefighters next year, they'll come back. And you can restart, and they'll start on a higher level. And the colleagues and the friends that were like, oh, no way I'm going. They'll go like, yeah, come on, you can. It's okay. We have firefighters arriving in these trainings, of which we know they're physically unable to do any practical part of the parkour. And that's okay, because we will invite them to be the coach and be the person that looks after the firefighters being inside the training and taking care of their well-being and their safety. They're connected to the group, they're included in the team. We also have firefighters that can only do a partial part of the parkour. And we know at some point it's going to stop. It's physically impossible for them to go further. I actually value that, because I think it's very important to know what you can, but it's also very important to know what you cannot. And if I've learned up front what is impossible for me, I right away know in reality, okay, I need to find out a solution. This is not going to work for me. So you can get everybody on board and you can get everybody in the program. Couple steps towards a Mayday culture, to recapitulate. Create awareness. Collect data, get information together, create case studies, and start telling those stories. Create awareness, get people talking, talk to colleagues. Get better as a team. Start small in-station drills to improve your SCBA skills. Very often, you'll hear colleagues, when you've been wearing your BA for 1 hour, 2 hours, oh, that's painful, that's heavy, that's hindering me, that's no fun. If your SCBA, of what your life is depending, feels so bad to you, you haven't worn it enough. You have to get to the level of comfort with your SCBA that you can indeed fall asleep with your SCBA, which I can. I can sleep with my mask on. It's not hindering me. It's not in my mind. My SCBA is me. That's the level I want you to be. Start building awareness concerning stress management. People become dysfunctional at an intervention because their stress level gets too high, because they get anxiety or they actually get afraid of something. It is totally normal for a human being to be afraid or to be concerned for his or her well-being. It makes no sense to block it off. On the opposite, you have to learn your colleagues to actually stay functional with higher levels of stress. We're not Superman or Superwoman. We are simply people that are able to function with a higher level of stress. When all the rest of the people goes like, no, I'm out of here. This is too dangerous. I see no more solution. I'm out of here. We are the ones going like, we can manage that stress. let's see how I can solve this problem. That's the only difference. We can manage more stress. This is a difficult one. At some point, you have to normalize the Mayday. If we accept that we have a dangerous job, that we take risks, we also accept that colleagues will use a Mayday if needed. The problem with a Mayday is that it's considered extreme. Because it's extreme, firefighters will go, I'm going to wait. I'm going to try to find a way out first. I'm going to wait with my Mayday. No, I shouldn't call it yet. I can't. I'm waiting. I'm postponing my Mayday. What do you think happens with your chances of survival? They get lower, lower, and lower. The sooner a colleague calls a Mayday, the more chance he makes it out, the better for everybody. There's a person who told me once, I'd rather laugh the rest of your career for the fact that you stumbled over your shoelaces that were not correctly tight, and you called a Mayday on top of that, than going one time to your funeral. So the Mayday should not be considered something extreme. It is something that we need to accept as a reality. We need to accept that it can happen, and we need to be able to respond to it in a normal way. Okay, we have a colleague calling a Mayday. He's concerned for his well-being. He's basically saying to himself, I want to go home to my kids tonight. It's not going to work. I call a Mayday. Respect that. Never, ever be judgmental about a Mayday. Normalize the fact that we can have a Mayday. It's about the firefighter. It's not about me. It's not about the instructors. It's even not about the program. It's about giving every single firefighter more confidence, more skills for the fire that he will encounter tomorrow. And if that's your goal as an instructor, you will improve your department all the time. Somebody who had a positive experience will come back. Make sure people go home with a positive learning experience and adopt your level of training, adopt your training itself to give that positive experience. That's more important than actually being blocked on, I have to do this with this person. No, you don't. Maybe next time then. All right, what have we done over 12 years with the program? It's a long list, but the most important thing is in the last 5 years, we had 11 Maydays in Belgium, which we can detect. Because there's no official system collecting the data, this is what we detect. And 6 of those Maydays were in the past 2 years. And we started the training in 2015. So obviously, guys are actually using it. It has a place. My biggest surprise personally was we give a 8-hour training, 1 day of training or a couple blocks of training in evening sessions sometimes. That 1 day of training turns out to be enough to install the reflex, the automatism that guys go like, Mayday, Mayday, Mayday. And for example, we had a fire truck trapped in a violent crowd attacking the truck. And the older, what we call the adjutant, the crew chief, he just hit his radio, called a Mayday. So just 8 hours of training is enough to install the reflex, the automatism, the mechanism for firefighters to use a Mayday call when they need help. And that's your first step. It makes no sense to train on rescuing anybody if you don't train people to ask for help. First step is make sure people ask for help. And we had lots of fun doing it. I value that we have fun with the instructors, with the trainees, doing all this together. That was our story of the Firefighter Mayday. Thank you. Are there questions?
Yeah, I have a question.
Thank you, sir.
Παιδιά, ρωτήσουμε λίγο κάποια πράγματα. I have to. Sorry about the interruption before.
That's okay.
All right. About the rescue, to rescue a person from the ground.
Under ventilated fire.
Yeah. we have some things here. The ground is not straight. Very often here in Greece. We have stairways, stairs, steps. It's a little bit difficult about that.
Same in Belgium.
And the other question I have, it's about some kind of psychological thing. Okay, I understand about Mayday, but here in Greece, I'm 23 years in the fire station here. It's a little bit humiliate.
Yeah.
You know that.
Yeah.
It's a little bit difficult, because I remember myself before 10 years. If I do that thing, all the people are laughing at me.
Yeah.
And you know.
Yeah. I totally hear it. So the first thing,
tell us about that. Tell us about that.
the first thing about rescues, it is true that it's very complex. Rescuing a civilian, definitely if it's out of a basement, down a floor, it's very complex. I can only tell you there are techniques. It is possible with 2 firefighters to do a quick extraction. So it is possible. You can do that in training. About the cultural aspect of a Mayday. That's exactly what I mean by it will take time. Well, now I'll talk about Belgium. Belgium needed about 10 years to go from the start of a program, Mayday program, because in 2014, 2015, it was mandatory for every firefighter. And it's still mandatory for all new firefighters. So everybody's trained in the aspect of a Mayday protocol. Everybody also has learned that there's no judgment. If your feeling is, I'm not going to see my kids back tonight, or I'm not going to go home tonight, call that Mayday. That's the message we've been giving for 7, 8 years now. And in the very beginning, the first years, there was nothing. But in 2017, we had the first Mayday. 18, 19, 20, more Maydays. In the last 2 years, we had 6 Maydays. People are accepting that it is something you can use for your personal well-being. And the people around you, I value it, and my colleagues value it, because it helps me to take care of you. If you call that Mayday, I can help you. And isn't that what we're about? Isn't that exactly what brotherhood is supposed to be? So it takes time, it's culture, but you have to take away the burden of judgment. And Rui Leite, who is in Portugal, has the same issues with the same culture, but even he's getting there.
Just one more question.
Yes, no problem.
Peter, thank you very much for your presentation once more. One of my, studying the REIT thing in the United States and regarding training and all this stuff, I was always concerned about the props they have been using, and you are also using. So these all represent a specific type of structuring and building homes, okay? This type of, with all the inner wooden frames and wooden floors, joints, and gypsum boards and stuff like that. So here in Greece, this is, until now, this is not the case, okay? So, is the homes, the houses, the buildings in Belgium are built like that, or the props you use represent a specific set of skills required apart from the buildings themselves? Okay, because if we want to build something here that it will have to work, we have to build skills on the firefighters and link this to reality. Okay, our reality, building-wise, is different. So are different the possible dangers. Okay. Do you think we would still have to stick in this kind of props that build these skills?
It's not linked to buildings. The props we use are not linked to buildings. It's linked to specific didactic pedagogical learning goals. That being said, we've redesigned the props, and some of them actually 10, 20 times, a centimeter more, centimeter less, this is working, this is not working. So we redesigned them. Every single one of them has a risk analysis. every single one of them has measurements or measures in place for the safety of a firefighter. And that's also why we think it's important, if you want to work with these props, that we stay involved in the process of training the instructors to safeguard quality of training and safety. Just as an example, last year, the end of last year in New York, a trainee has died in a prop because he was pushed beyond his limits and he went into cardiac arrest. So you are absolutely right. It's a risky thing to use. But if you put your participants central, if you respect the principles we have, and you respect the design of the props, I can say that with our program, and what we've been doing in Belgium, Holland, Portugal, we had 0 serious accidents or incidents. We have injuries, but we work on those to avoid them because we have a report system and an incident learning system. So it's not based on buildings, it's based on learning goals with a whole thing around it.
Great, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Small change of program. Kimon's lecture will take place in half an hour, so you have half an hour for coffee.
Half an hour just before, but we're not doing the panel later.
Εντάξει.
I will just.
Okay. Καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Good afternoon, everyone. Good morning still. Anyway, for those of you who don't know me, today I'm representing Premier Fire, the company that we have that provides fire safety services. But my background in relation to firefighting is that I am a volunteer firefighter at the fire service since 1999. This is the relationship that I have with the operational part of firefighting, which means that I can talk based on my experience in relation to the volunteering part of firefighting, not necessarily as an operational officer, because it is a given that when we respond to an incident, we don't have a coordinating role. However, because my job, my profession is in fire safety and building fire safety, I leave the behind the scenes part in a rather intense manner. This is what triggered me since 2011, and I have the opportunity to travel abroad to participate in different training programs on operational matters and other things that give me the opportunity to see things, learn about things that concern me. So I have to say that the incident in Falera in 2014 with Maggio was what became a starting point for me to do this PhD that you see that has to do with the organizing and standardizing firefighting operations. Part of my PhD thesis has to do with crew capacity and their relationship and association with the effectiveness on the firefighting and rescue operations. So this is what we're going to be discussing today. The sections of the presentation, the main factors for organizing the firefighting and rescue operations. We are going to talk about models of responding and the firefighting means. We're going to talk about some research, related research, the importance of training and procedures, SOPs and SOGs, on the success of firefighting operations. This is something that Carl discussed yesterday, so it's a very topical issue. And then we're going to talk about the operational risks due to the lack of having standardized procedures. So by starting, we need to ask ourselves, why are we doing what we're doing? We as a group, why are we doing what we're doing? The firefighting service in Belgium, in Greece, in France, in wherever, why do they do what they do? Why aren't they using patrol cars in specific areas? Why are, for example, respond with dual appliances to vehicles? Why do they have a night shift in this area and not in the other? Why the station at Oaka is placed there, not at a different location? And once we do that, we also need to ask ourselves or to look at what we do, what we should be doing. We have an incident, then we arrive, we're the first responders, we have to develop a hose line in order to attack the fire. How are we going to do that? Is everyone going to take a hose and just go on and whatever? Or we respond to a fire, to a car accident. How are we going to do what we need to do? Who's going to cut? Who's going to stabilize the vehicle? Is there a sequence of events, or are we doing more or less what we think we should be doing? And so this is the gravity of documenting. This is what gives us the answers, and the answers why we do what we do. And documentation comes through data. What Apollonas discussed yesterday and Pieter before, the fire service or the services that respond in different incidents has the opportunity to analyze different data that explains why we do what we do, because we need to be able to say that I put my patrol car there because that reduces my response time, because I know that in that area we have incidents, a lot of incidents with high-risk incidents for the population, and because I want 8 minutes now to get there, I have a patrol car, and that reduces my time to 4 minutes. That's a point of documentation. And also, in order to request money, I don't know how funding of the fire service takes place in Greece, but abroad you have to document why you are asking for money. If you approach people that are not relating to the object, they don't understand the qualitative data of the job that you do as a firefighter, you have to explain, we need this money for this reason. And then they will tell you, okay, but why can't you reduce your staff, for example? Why can't you do this or the other thing? So documentation is very important in explaining why we do what we do and how we need to do it. So the main factors related to the composition and the gravity of the response of firefighters is time. Do we agree on that? Yes. So time, if we take that as a given, can help us to decide where we're going to have the fire appliances, our vehicles. For example, in England, they have a model that works that processes millions of data and produces the answers about that. The aim is to be more effective in providing services to civilians. The calculated critical time of fire, excuse me, that is also used in fire engineering in order to understand the optimum time of arrival so that a person in an incident will have the best chance of survival. Apollon said yesterday that if there's a call 10 minutes after the incident or more, those chances drop. This is why abroad they have as a goal, a target, to have a call time less than 5 or less minutes. Time to flashover. In 1960, time to flashover, is it the same as it was at the time that we have now? Is it the same as it was in 1960? No. Why? Because of the change in the building materials. So we as a service, we need to respond quickly to the incident, and most times, whereas in 1970 we would respond in 10 minutes and arrive ahead of the flashover, now we may arrive at 5 minutes and we are exactly at the flashover time. So the people that are going into the fire will deal with different conditions than in the past. And the time that determines the maximum effectiveness of the firefighting and rescue forces before the conditions of the incident surpass the abilities of the first responders. So as a fire service, I have an industrial zone that has small craft industries. If there's a fire there and you do a fire safety study, you would say that the fire spreads to the exit very fast. Knowing this need, this necessity, I have to make sure that when I get there, the conditions have not exceeded already my capacity, my abilities. If I know that by the time I get there, I will need 10 times as much power and the vehicles, that's not enough. So we need to respond based on time and based on the forces, on the means that we will need to handle the incident. Let's look at some models of response for fire means and in emergency cases. Abroad, we have those PDAs, the predetermined attendance. That means that I send out a composition of appliances in relation to what I believe is required in order for the firefighters to respond to the incident. And that is based on the conditions of the incident, the type and the extent, which means that an officer arrives with 2 or 3 vehicles and then they decide where to go. You go in there, you are the backup plan, you go into search and rescue, etc., etc. And there's also another model, which is very common in the States, which is a response based on resources according to the type of the incidents. So if I respond to a fire in an apartment, I need a team to do firefighting, one team to do the rescue. I need a staircase. So the first vehicles that arrive, the engines will do the firefighting. The SANC-2 will be the ladder trucks that will do ventilation and search and rescue. Then there's the RIT team arriving. So if the officer does not have to take these tactical decisions and say, I need this and that, he knows that, or she knows that those that arrive will be placed in those order. Those two models have their strong and weak points. In the first case, you don't waste resources, but there's a risk that a decision will be made by an officer, by one person, about how to distribute resources. And if that person is not taking the right decision, as Carl said yesterday, because the truth is, as Carl said yesterday, not everyone is suited for every job, for every role. We cannot be certain that that specific individual will take the right decisions. Or if you have 10 different people, you don't know that those 10 people will take the same decisions. So there's a burden placed on the person and the individual decision. In the second case with the Americans, things are a little bit easier because the officer knows already what decisions to take. They know how to distribute resources, and we have many videos shown from the States showing that when someone is committed to a task, if that is not done in a coordinated manner, it becomes very dangerous. So I go with a firefighting team, with the engine. I go in, I'm looking for the fire. There's another team with the trucks, and they break all the glass panels because that's their job. They need to ventilate the area. So if they don't work with me and they start breaking the glass, then ventilation changes and I become a pancake inside. This is something that's a common occurrence. So there is a problem with this model as well. There's not just strong points here. The decisions for how to distribute resources are usually based on the assessed risk. So I do a risk assessment. We have a fire in a house, an apartment, whatever. The risks associated are those and those. So I believe that according to the tasks needed to respond to that incident, I'm going to send 2 or 3 vehicles, engines. And supporting the initial resources with additional power may also be done in a coordinated manner. We are going to discuss that later. Let's see what happens in other places where they have the PDAs. Let's see what happens in Belgium. We have some people here to correct me if I'm wrong. So in a fire in an apartment or a building lower than 18 meters, that's not a high-rise building, they will send 2 engines, 2 fire trucks with 6 firemen, 2 trucks with ladders with 2 people, 1 operations officer with a driver, 1 ambulance with 2 rescuers, and another car with a doctor and a nurse. This is the first response for an incident in an apartment. 22 people. So if I need additional people there when they get there, that response increases. They will send more vehicles, more trucks with 6 people, another ladder, another officer, whatever. In Spain, in Madrid, they send 1 fire truck with water, 1 with 8 officers, 6 officers, 1 with 3. It's a different model, different situation than in Belgium. But if they call for more people, again, they send the same things as in Belgium. Now, in Australia, for a similar incident, they use 5 fire trucks with 5 fire people, firefighters. 1 truck with a ladder with 2 firefighters and 1 officer. In total, 28 people. In Hamburg, in Germany, again, different composition, sending out 17 people. So the numbers are different. It's not the same, even though they respond to the same incident. Why is this difference? Because they believe that the needs for this incident require this type of resources. And this has to do with the tasks that each of them assumes. NFPA 1710 defines the minimum power of firefighters for incidents per building category. We talked about the composition, the numbers, we talked about the time. Let's look at the manpower. The NFPA 1710, well, NFPA is a guide with best practices. It's not the law. It's not mandatory for the fire services. Some implement it in their policy, in their regulation, the Greek CAPES. The Greek CAPES follows the NFPA. Other regulations do not use anything from the NFPA. So the minimum manpower required for an incident in a 2-story house without a basement and without an immediate risk for expansion, for spreading, a house that stands alone, for example, requires as a minimum 14 firefighters. That does not tell you how these people are going to be distributed and in which cars, etc. It just says that you need as a minimum 14 people. Similarly, for an apartment in a 3-story building, you need 27 firefighters. In a high-rise building, where the last floor is above 23 meters, that's the limit for defining high-rise. In the UK is 18 meters. You need 42 firefighters as a first response. Not in total, these are the 42 that you need at first response immediately. In the UK, you have categories of risk associated that define the number of people involved and the response time. For example, the minimum predetermined disport at a fire at a house with 2 vehicles is 10 firefighters. But if you need more people, you will have additional resources, including a final investigation unit. And the medium calculated time, estimated time for response is 6 minutes. For the second vehicle, it's 8 minutes. In West Midlands, they classify risk based on the hazard. So when there's an immediate hazard for human life, you have immediate risk. The vehicle must be there in 5 minutes. For category 2, where you have incidents with reduced risk for people, it's 7 minutes. Category 3 is, again, even lower risk, is 10 minutes, and 20 minutes then for the other category. So we have different models that document with different ways the requirements. So I ask the question, the composition of the crews depends on the required tasks and the number of firefighters required to complete those tasks. In all incidents that we're going to respond, some tasks must be carried out, and in most countries abroad, at least the first actions have to be more or less the same. So if we have a fire, we're going to have a hose line, we're going to use rescue tools, etc. Now, if you look at an urban fire, we have, for example, the chief officer there that assesses the incident. How many people do you need as a minimum in order to fight the fire? It's a simple fire in a house. How many? 3. Others? Other response? The minimum. 2. How many for search and rescue? 2. How many to handle the pump? No, don't give me the Greek reality. The minimum number. How many? 4 and 1/5 to manage the pump, to transport tools. The same guy, okay? And then tactical ventilation. In London, things change. How many? The turnovers every 4 hours they change. So you go there at the incident, you work for 4 hours, and then you change. They switch you. And if you use the SCBA once, then you go out and a different crew goes in, which means that for a fire at the basement, when I worked at the University of King's in the UK, in the fire safety division, there was a fire, an arsony at the basement, the second basement of a building that we had. And the regulation and the fire service in the UK says that in each fire compartment you have to have a team with a hose line, which means that you entered the lobby at the staircase. There were the doors from the lobby to the corridor, one door, one line of doors. Then there was another fire compartment, and then a last one where the fire was. So 3 doors, 3 fire compartments, and 2 people at each door that would switch every 25 minutes. The incident took 2 hours. Just imagine how many people were needed for just one fire. Now, if we have a car crash also, These are more complex things. You need special training for that. So we have someone who does the assessment and the management of the incident. How many are going to secure the vehicle? How many are going to stabilize it? How many are going to deal with the glass panels, with how many are going to work on the victim? These are all the tasks that need to take place during a car crash and an accident. And because we are pressed for time, we are working against time, don't we need more people, the right amount of hands to do that? So let's look at some research that has taken place related to crew capacity in fire service operations. In 1981, the gentleman here, the fire department of Seattle, did a survey study for the minimum manpower of vehicles as a security measure, how firefighters could work in a more secure manner. That led to the creation of NFPA 1710. So he discovered that crew capacity is the more critical factor for effective and efficient firefighting operations. That's the key here. And he also says that the gravity of injuries for firefighters reduces by 25% when the number of the manpower increases from 3 to 4. Another research from 2005 by fire2000.com looked at creating a protocol, establishing a protocol for maximizing the efficiency of 3-member crews in urban fires. Why did they do that? Because in 2004 in the UK, when the law changed, they cancelled, they rebuilt the national standard. They used to say that for a fire type X, I'm going to use this type of vehicles. That was a standard. All services, wherever they were following that standard. After that, because they wanted to see not how to save money, but just to document why they're spending this money, because they are agencies that evaluate what you do. They are not firefighters. They don't understand this data. So they said that, okay, I want you as a service per district. 53 are the districts, the fire safety districts. Yes. The counties, fire counties. Okay, 50. So each district would have its own risk management plan to assess the particular risks they are facing. So that's a bit of an oxymoron, because if you have a fire in an apartment, either in Leeds or in Manchester, the risks are the same. So the people that were doing the financing, they said that in order for me to give you the money, I want you to document why you do what you do. And when these people are not understanding the data, the qualitative data that you give them, then they go, okay, why not go with 3-member crew, a 3-member crew? Why do you need 5? And that's the result where in Kent, for example, where the chief there comes from HR that has no firefighting background, and he says there will be just one person, not 3, and the other, there will be one person at the station and the others will be on call. So you have one person there alone at the station and the others are on call, and they have to arrive within 5 minutes, get in the vehicle and respond to the incident. And that guy would go to a different station. So that financially appears to be okay. And because no one has been injured yet, it seems to be working. And they have cut down costs. However, the qualitative data, the concept of the shift and the people that are working together as a team has a great deal of gravity in the effectiveness of and efficiency and effectiveness of response team. This is why they did this research and created those critical performance indices. It's a tool to measure the effectiveness of those critical tasks. And they say, the researchers here say that the efficiency and safety of the firefighters reduces greatly when the available resources are insufficient. So the 3-member crew is insufficient. 3-member crews have limited capabilities which means that they will be able to carry out only 23 of the critical tasks that are required to respond to an urban fire. So we say that you have to do the reconnaissance, we have to do this and that, you have to do the hose line. So all these tasks can be completed successfully just at a rate of 23% by a 3-member crew. So Mercier in 2007, a different study research to evaluate the composition of crews in the States, working with 5-member crews that can have 100% effectiveness in relation to the basic tasks that have to be carried out. 4-member crews, 65% efficiency. 3-member crews, 38%, and 2-member crews, just 17% effectiveness. So 2 people can do just 17% of the jobs, the tasks that are required. And I will give you an example. 2 weeks ago, we attended at a fire in response to the fire in Mata, beginning of March, so in Stamata. What are we going to think? Someone was burning up some leaves in their backyard or something like that. We were just 2 people there, which is not the normal thing for us. Usually we go 3. So it's a large field, and there's a forest behind it with low pine trees, and the fire is starting to spread. Nice, there's a fire. Okay, there's a fire. So we go down, and there's a large fence, and we don't have any access from that point to the fire. There's someone who says, "This is my house. You cannot go there. You have to go through the lot. Okay, give us the key. Let me go open up." He goes to find the key. So I have to do the hose line. I have to go around the fence. I have to go through the lot, the land of the, and then move over that, and just to start dealing with the fire. 2 people. So let me tell you, of course, that we needed 7 hoses to do that. It took us a lot of time. We had to cut through the fence. It took us more time. And the worst mistake is that even though we had the nozzle and the fire to start attacking the fire, I didn't have the good idea about the fire, that it was spreading from north to south. I just saw smoke and then flames for 40 meters. So I said, the fire starts there, the front is there, and the fire goes there. And I tell the center when they call me, I said that we have low vegetation in the fire, and it's approximately, the spread is approximately 1,000 meters, square meters. That's what I saw, that's what I calculated, estimated. How much was the fire? What do you think? How much was it? 100 square meters at most. Why did this thing happen? Because I was in a position, if I were in a position there to do the right thing, I would go to do the assessment and the reconnaissance and give the right information. But at that point, I had to do other things, so I gave them wrongful information. And I requested more manpower when it was not necessary. And that was not by inexperience. It was called because at the time when they called me, I was doing the hose line. I didn't have a good visibility. I didn't have a good understanding of the situation. There were 2 different points of fire at a distance of 40 meters. I didn't see what was happening in between. I thought it was the same thing, but it was just 2 different small fires. So that was a mistake, which was not important in this case. It was not severe, but it could have been in a different case. Now, this guy in 2010, he did 60 experiments about evaluating the effectiveness of the crews of 2, 3, and 4-member crews in completing 22 tasks related to response to an urban fire. And he says that 4-member crews completed tasks 7 minutes faster than 2-member crews and 5 minutes faster than 3-member crews. And finally, NIST, that is this survey for search and rescue of victims in multi-story buildings, discovered that 5-member buildings identified the victim at the floor of the fire 25 minutes faster than 3-member crews and 12 minutes faster than 4-member crews. I think that this data that I have shown you are very conclusive. We know that the crews, in order for them to complete those predetermined tasks, the number that they have is very, very important. And now, the next topic about this entire process. We need those standard responses. That means a standard number of people. In order to be able to have this procedure, I have to have the right training in order to be able to respond to those requirements. This is the answer to how we do what we do. In order for us to carry out the 22 tasks that are required, I need to be trained for them. And that is, there's a correlation here. You see that you have the composition of the crew that has to do critical tasks. Those critical tasks you have to be trained to do them, and the composition of the crews will determine how many people are going to carry out those crews. All those things are rated in the center. There's training. So training, in order to be able to respond, what you have to do? Training has to be standardized. Since we're talking about standardized procedures, for me to be able to respond to a standardized, to carry out a standardized procedure, that requires for me to be trained in a standardized way. Otherwise, maybe I know that I need to install a hose line, but how am I going to do it? To lay the hose line. You have to be, training has to be based on documented practices, a combination of experience and science. Experience has a lot to give in firefighting. There's a great deal of knowledge in those that are experienced, in the older firefighters. And I will give you an example that may appear funny to you, but it's something that I keep in my mind. I was a volunteer at a fire at the mountain in 2006 and 2007. Excuse me, it was an urban fire. There's a fencing around the fire at the height of the neck approximately. We were going in and out. There were many vehicles there, many trucks, and there was an older guy, a driver, who goes and finds in some dumpsters, he found some garbage bags and tied them on that fencing, on that wires. We didn't think of the danger because the sun was going down. We didn't think of the danger that we would be facing going through those wires and the fencing. So he marked them using those garbage bags. That came from experience. But we also need to use science. For example, how can I convince a firefighter that is at the job for 20 years, working with urban fires and working with high pressures, how can I convince him that what he's doing is wrong? He will tell me that I've been doing that for 20 years, so I must be right. But we know through science that the liters of water that you give in those cases are not enough with a high pressure hose. When you go with a high pressure hose in an urban fire, it's like driving at a highway without a seatbelt, at the high speeds without a seatbelt. Otherwise, if you take more precautions, you get a chance. You are not completely exposed. You don't reduce your chances as well, so as much. So you need to have a combination between experience and science. And this has to be based on the different tasks according to an incident. You have to consider that what you need to do, how you need to use the hose, what each of one has to do. When I take driving lessons, I get in and I follow a particular sequence of actions. It's a process, it's a sequence of things that I need to do. Same thing for a fire. I will give you an example here. It's not something that is a given. but I could give you an example of how you can have the composition of 5 people, a protocol, if you will, in an urban fire. You have the chief that does a reconnaissance, information, managing and evaluating information, a risk assessment, which is a dynamic process, and he takes some tactical decisions. Then the driver gets the hose, then secures a water source. Then you have the one carrying the nozzle with the hose moving in. You have the assistant, and then there's a general assistant who gets a pre-connected hose, maybe a Cleveland roll, whatever, Denver roll, whatever you use, and to go from the water source, from the fire hydrant, to the team that attacks the fire. He can help around the corners, for example, or help with the tools, whatever. In this case, when you have those roles, predetermined roles, each one knows what they need to do. Now, in our team, where we're trying out this protocol, this has given a context to the people that form our crews, because before using the protocol, they would arrive at the scene and wait for us to give them instructions. What do I need to do? You need to go work with a hose. But do I really need to give such instructions to people and tell them exactly what to do? I want them to know what to do. It's a system. They should not be expecting me to give them directions. So I predetermine those roles. Everyone knows what they need to do. This is a very fast way. And when we tried it out the first time, we laid the hose from the ground floor to first floor with 5 people. Ground floor to first floor, a pre-connect hose with 2 hoses and 2 more hoses, 65 hoses. How much time did we need? What do you think? The first time that we tried it, the first time, it took us 10 minutes, 30 seconds. When we do it 2 or 3 times, how much time? 2 minutes 40. 2 minutes 40 seconds. This is how much we reduced the time by using a standard routine where everyone knew what they had to do. We had this significant reduction in time, less than 1/4 of the time. This is another example of tasks carried out by a crew. I'm not going to go into the details. Now let's look now at the operational risks due to the lack of standardized procedures. What happens if we don't have those procedures? The lack of those standardized procedures significantly increases the chances for freelancing. There's no direct translation in Greek for freelancing, but maybe we can say that you act at will. This is Van der Feist, US American firefighter, who says that freelancing by definition is when individuals work independently, assuming tasks and acting without explicit knowledge or consent of an officer, etc. So this is what happens. And what does freelancing do? It increases the risk for crews and for the entire operation. If I do what I want to do at any given time, it's as if I get in my car and always start using the second gear, my own private vehicle. If you go and always start with second gear, at some point you're going to break your car. So if I always do in an operation what I want to do and there's no coordination between everyone, something will go wrong at some point. This may be created at different levels of the incident management, which means that if I do something wrong, or rather if I do what I want to do and the person next to me does what they want to do, and then it becomes a chaotic situation, which means that everyone is going to act in a chaotic manner. It's an undefined situation, there's no structure. And that creates also a domino effect. When you start out wrong, everything goes wrong. And when everything goes wrong, the chances for an incident to go wrong are many. And what we don't understand a lot of times is that we respond to a fire, and because the fire is out, we think that, okay, everything went perfect, but it's not. That's not the case. What is our goal? To arrive at the incident, rescue people, save properties, make no damage, be fast. If we go in and say, okay, just throw water on that, okay, at some point you are going to put it out, but that does not mean that we were effective in achieving our goal. This is a video. For me, it's an ideal way to show you freelancing.
He's there now.
Λοιπόν, κάνει αυτό το όχημα. Έχει ένα-δύο άτομα. Εμφανίστηκε ένας τρίτος. Τώρα που ήρθε αυτός δεν ξέρω. Αυτός κατεβαίνει πολιτικά. Να προσέξτε τώρα τι γίνεται σε αυτό το σημείο. Βλέπετε, συγγνώμη.
He was in there.
The red shirt? Really?
Αυτός στην Ελλάδα τώρα θα εμείς
He must have been in the
έτσι.
backyard.
He was in the backyard.
I beat on that front door as hard as I could. I was beating on it. The whole door.
Παρατηρήστε λίγο τι γίνεται σε αυτό το συμβάν.
Yeah, it is.
I hope he doesn't have.
Have a look at what is happening.
He's screaming.
There you go. We'll have it put out in 2-3 minutes.
Εξηγήστε λίγο τι κάνει τώρα εδώ. Τι κάνει.
Look at what he's doing now.
Gas line.
That guy? He's probably in his backyard.
Τι κάνει. Βαράει με το κανόνι απροσδιόριστο.
What is he doing? He's just not aiming, he's just throwing water.
Ποια επικίνδυνη το θα πάνε.
Now you can
Σκάει μύτη εδώ ο φίλος
Don't be
μας.
sleeping
Είναι
in that house
εγκατάσταση.
tonight.
Or any night.
Είναι ένας άλλος πίσω με κατάσταση.
There'll be a brand new one there before too long.
Αυτός ρίχνει στο πάτωμα.
I mean,
One is just throwing water somewhere the floor. Who knows? And we have a friend sitting here waiting for the water. And there he's waiting. There's a woman coming. She's doing something, whatever. The other one is waiting for the water to come. The lady comes. She goes over to the cannon of water cannon. There's a fourth line there. They're waiting for the water.
How much pressure there is, and how we know we can.
Και περιμένουν κι άλλο.
yeah.
Και ξέρετε,
That
να
thing
βάζει
was,
το
as soon
κανόνι.
as it turned that around, sprayed on us, it knocked us off
Και είναι
the
ο
feet.
κάτω να λέει ρε παιδάκι, δώσε νερό.
Back there by the
They're waiting with the cannon, the water cannon. The other one is asking for water.
be a gut puncher. Look at it though.
You can see the cracks in the wood.
It's fixing to drop. I think.
Καταλάβατε το νόημα.
I think you get the gist of it. So tell me, what would any officer do seeing that when you arrive at the scene and then you see that? What would you do? It's off the mic. Any comments are off the mic. You tell me, as an officer, if you saw that happening right now, you call as Kronos Academy, what would you do? You are called upon as an officer. Yes, but that's the thing. If you go there as an officer, then what do you do? How do you do the household there? I'm sorry, but the comments are off the mic. We can only hear the answers. You're right, it's not self-evident. Off the mic.
Εγώ δεν νομίζω ότι είναι αυτή η περίπτωση εδώ.
I don't think this is the case from the case study. I believe that in this case, whatever the decision may be, yeah, tell me.
Ναι. Ναι. Σωστά. Άρα σε τι καταλήγουμε πάλι?
So, what's the conclusion? The conclusion is further education, right? Further training. In the firefighting business, there's no black and white. We only have gray zones. Okay. Let's end that and we'll have a Q&A after. So, lack of procedures makes us react to situations. If I go there and I see chaos, if I don't have any standards, then how can I manage this situation which is uncontrollable? Everybody does as they feel. Because if there's a standard, then you know that he's doing this one does that. So, you just cook your food and you have the ingredients and you need more salt, you need more pepper. Then if you go and, you can't do anything to save the situation, then you just throw away all the food. So also, when we don't have any standards, if we don't have any procedures in order to find out who made the mistake or what the mistake was, then there's no liability. So if the center sends vehicles to a certain area and they don't respond to that particular incident, it is the process, the procedure that will be criticized and not the officer. If there's an injury because some fire person volunteered to attack the fire or whatever, then normally it's the officer at the scene who is responsible. We have to know which part in the chain of command made the mistake. We have to find the liability. So we need to have a procedure. I guess the liability is personal in this case, but yes, but what happens in Greece? Comments are off the mic.
Έφερε όλα τα map και τα
No, he was wearing all the protection gear, but he was injured not because of the protection gear, but for, from something different. What I mean is that there's no procedure. After the fire in London, the thing is, we had to detect what happened, what actually happened, what were the disagreements. But we know that regarding the building, we had to do this, and that. So in a high rise, the fire service must do this and that. Did you do that? If not, in which case you did not. So in this chain of the system, you can detect the errors, and you don't have a procedure. It's so difficult to find where, in which part, a mistake was made. I don't want to develop this issue any further. In such an incident with 20 floors burning at the same time, mistakes will be made. But given that incident, there was not even one fireman injured. They were in the building from the beginning to the end, very passionate, doing anything they could. They made a lot of rescues and a lot of mistakes. 24 floors. Of course, there will be mistakes made, of course. Yes, of course, there are changes in rules and amended laws, but it takes time to make things happen. Let's move forward. So, let's conclude. So the fleet mobilized for an incident has to be specific and documented on various data. So why do I do what I do in the fire service? Second, predefined responses need protocols and standards that are dealing with job profiles or duty profiles for each and every incident. So we asked and answered to why, and now we go to how. Then in order to optimize response, we need the right number of firefighters in order for the results of the group to be good. So we needed to have the proper number of the members of the crew. So we have the procedures, we know we need to do things fast, and we know we need a certain number of people to do all that. So the total number of firefighters at any mission is an important factor for decisive response. We know from research that the small crews have small possibilities. We've seen that. We have an increase in the risk of injury for firemen and victims, and we also have delays in assistance coming in. 3 people may be a few. If we need 5, we need to know why we need 5. Now, with regard to the composition of the fleet and the crew, we need to have standardized procedures and protocols. As in the case of the intervention of our resources that is standardized. I think that the training of firefighters should also be standardized with a system from A going to B to C, etc. And we also need to have a hierarchy and accountability that are clear cut. Who is responsible for what and when? Without all these priors, then we have a lot of freelancing, doing as I wish. Hello? There is no cohesion in the execution and performance. If I don't have standardized procedures, then there's no cohesion when we execute our job. We need the there is a coordination by reaction, though everybody has good intentions and believes doing something right. They do what they want, and officers have to put everything back on track, but it's not easy when you're in the middle of the incident. And of course, success rates are significantly reduced. Finally, what is even more important is that we have an increase in the possibility of harm and injury when there are no protocols and memoranda to upkeep and execute. I think we all agree time is against us. Thank you. If you have questions, I'm here.
Ερωτήσεις?
Any questions?
Όχι. Sorry. Ναι.
Ευχαριστούμε για την παρουσίαση.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Numbers and conclusions were very important. You analyzed the data. We saw the numbers. We saw the problems and the solutions presented. Institutionally, what can we do in order to solve all that? What is important? I'm not a firefighter myself. I'm not in the fire service. No, we need your viewpoint. Yes, I'll tell you my viewpoint because I always assess what I see from the outside. I'm not inside, and I don't know all the internal stuff. What it takes is to analyze data. You need to analyze, you have to answer why you do what you do, and how do you do what you have to do. Are these correct? Next step, after you have concluded to certain things, there is so much experience even within the fire service. You have people with lots of experience that can help you put everything on track. What happened? I'm sorry, I'm receiving a call.
Λοιπόν, ξεκινάμε από αυτό.
So the basis is why do we do, how do we do what we have to do, and then put everything step by step, standardize it, record it. This is the basis of everything. And then if you have the know-how, you can document, there's the knowledge, then you deploy everything. I've done lots of trainings abroad with various certifications. I've received trainings from the, I don't know, Japanese, French, German, whatever. In Greece, fighters have special characteristics. They can solve problems that are beyond standardized procedures, but you need to take all that and make it an advantage. There is a talent, of course, in the fire service. Yes, I'm very sorry. I apologize, but we know that there is limited time for the minister who is here with us today. We have Mr. Christos Stylianidis, who is the Minister of Climate Change and Civil Protection. So I'm very sorry for the interruption of this program, but it's a great pleasure and joy to have him here with us. So please, Minister.
First of all, I would like to apologize for our guest. Έχει μετάφραση,
Okay, let me apologize to our guests since yesterday I was not able to be here for the opening. There was a ministerial cabinet going on and I had to be there. I believe, however, that this event, this conference, is taking place every year, and every year it increases the possibilities and capabilities of and the efficiency of the fire service. Already now, my friend and volunteer said something very important, and I would like to endorse it with the experience that I have from my previous post as an EU commissioner. It's true that Greek firefighters are faced many times with extreme negative circumstances, and they go beyond their limits in order to respond to their role. Let me give you the example. Last year, we had with us the French brigade for the prepositioning, the pre-establishment, let's say, prepositioning of firefighters that experiencing what happened in July and all the winds and the wildfires in Penteli with 118 kilometers per hour. Some French officers even told me a couple of days ago in Paris they've never seen such levels of wind, gusts of wind, and such a relief, geographic relief, to make it impossible actually to manage such a wildfire. And in my opinion, and this is discussed in Brussels and in many other countries, the management of the wildfire in Pantelides, as a German colleague said, was a masterpiece because of the possibility of Greek firefighters not just to have the energy and heroism of the moment, but also to function and adapt himself in very difficult situations. That was to endorse what my friend said earlier. I'm here to say some more things to everyone and to our foreign guests. Climate crisis unfortunately progressively degrades all missions with regard to natural calamities, floods, earthquakes, whatever. So in the act, it is proven that the sizes of destructions and calamities is so big that even wealthy countries and very advanced countries, technologically speaking, cannot deal by themselves with such difficult incidents. Giving you the example of California, which is maybe the wealthiest area of the world with a great technological universities, which is faced every year with wildfires and seeks assistance. We were yesterday and the day before with a French a team managing crisis, and last summer for the first time they asked for our help to they activated this European help, and we helped with 2 Canadair planes. They helped a great deal. So we cannot deal this level of catastrophes anymore on our own. We are all on the same boat. And this is why we need to be in unison in order to face all these huge catastrophes. This is the role of the EU umbrella anyway. The second thing I'd like to say, and it is actually on the very title of your conference, is that well, fire art is an art based on scientific analytics and documentation. It has elements of heroism, but in order to do the best, we need to acquire scientific basis. What we do with the fire service at the level of the ministry is to deploy this level that has been quite delayed till now. We can exploit some EU funds in order to set up a national databases with regard to natural calamities. It will give us possibilities. We'll have experts in forestry, meteorology, and other scientists. And with these national databases, even when the phenomenon is evolving, we'll be able to make a model out of it so that the operational leader will be able, with this modelization and seminars, make a choice of what is the best direction to take. So we give the tool to this leading team of the operational center, but even on the operational scene, so that they may know precisely where we're headed. I remember in the when we had the big wildfire, Christos Lambris at the time, and Papageorgiou, it would have been so good if we've had the possibility to predict the direction of the wind, if we knew the level of humidity, because the area was huge. You understand that all that will give you the possibility on the site and at the command center to know what you're dealing with and having the right tools for the correct decision making. In 2023, difficult decisions to be made should not be based on improvisation and instinct, I think this will help a great deal, and this is the reason why our young people young and scientists will help in order to endorse difficult decisions with the scientific data. And the third thing that I'd like to say, coming now from the inauguration of the Fire Academy in Nea Makri, it's a jewel for us all. The President of the Republic, the Prime Minister, everyone was really proud because now in Greece we have such a training unit of such a level. Hopefully, if this training unit becomes a part of the training practice for European fire services, that will create a new homogeneity in the family of fire services, exchanging experiences in a real theater, but also creating a basis and a common language for us all. I believe that progressively we have an upgrade of the possibilities of the fire service. And I will end by saying what I said to Mr. Drakopoulos from the Central Council of Niarchos Foundation. Whatever we do, in the end, we are based on self-sacrifice, instinct and guts of firefighters. I've seen that. I know that these talents exist, and I'm very proud to be at the head of this ministry. Thank you very much. I'd like to welcome once again our foreign guests. I am certain that our officers offer you the very renowned Greek hospitality, and that apart from this conference, you have enjoyed your stay here as much as possible. Thank you. Thank you, Minister. Once again, it was a great honor for us to have you here.
Okay, we will continue with our next presentation and then have our lunch break.
Siemco. Δεν άκουσα.
Μία υπενθύμηση παρακαλώ.
Just a reminder, those of you who have your headsets, don't forget to return them here in the box at the end of the day. You can hold on to them for the time being, but please do return them at the box at the end of the day.
I know the politicians are all everywhere this
Same. Ναι. Όχι, όχι, όχι. Έχει το επόμενος. Φτιάχνουμε τον επόμενο. Όχι. Λοιπόν, θα πάμε τώρα για μεσημεριανό.
Okay, so we will break now for lunch and then have two presentations, a break, and a last one. So we will be back in an hour. 2:15, please. Thank you.
Λοιπόν, πριν...
Before I present our next speaker, because we got our discussion short before our break, any questions that we cannot hear to translate?
Ναι.
Maybe I'll say it in English so that even the Carol can listen to me. So, τι μπορεί να γίνει? Εντοπίζοντας το πρόβλημα αυτό, ακόμα και σε ένα πολύ χαμηλό επίπεδο, εγώ για όσους δεν το γνωριζόμαστε, δεν είναι κάτι ιδιαίτερο, ένας απλός πυροσβέστης σήμερα, είναι η περίπτωση των εθνών. Τι είχαμε σε μια ευτυχή συγκυρία όμως, με προϊστάμενο βάρδιας έναν παρανάλογο.
So, it's not exactly a question. I just wanted to add my experience from the fire department that could create a context to understand what Kimon is presenting. So there's no illusion that, okay, we're discussing about all these things, but it cannot take place in Greece, cannot happen. So for anyone who doesn't know me, I'm a lonely firefighter. I don't make decisions, I don't make plans, but I was lucky enough to work with very experienced and very respected, well-respected officers and people that really did want to find the solutions. And when they faced these issues, because when you don't have standardized procedures, you don't really have a ground to stand on so you can base your training. So what to do? In the end, we arrived at the conclusion that since we don't have standardized procedures, we would make our own, which are not so different from what you described in terms of urban fires or other things. Just some details differ. What we noted, Vasilis Ipsas was there with me at the time, it was a collective effort. Everyone worked together, and we noted immediately a very easily measurable change in how we dealt with incidents, which was very, very impressive. We started out of the gate 70% up, measurable differences. And what was the most important thing, which never ceases to surprise me, is that this created the conditions and the solid ground where even the worst member of the team really made a lot of progress, even the less efficient guy, because of course the bottleneck is always decided by the weakest link here. So even the worst one that we had became a very valuable professional. In fact, we have presented this, what we did in an article, in the magazine article. It's not that we invented the wheel. We did something that we could, but the point is that you can effect change. Of course, when we had to work with a different station, of course, there was no common language to communicate. But anyway, we can change things. It's that easy. I agree with Vasilis, and because we work together with in incidents, the Vasilis' shift, when we work with them, you can see the difference in how they operate. They have a system, they are methodical, there's no yelling and shouting. So yes, I agree that change can happen. Anyone else wants to add something? Okay, now we are going to hear our next two speakers, Siemco and Hans. Then we will have a break, and last we will hear from Nikos Tsiplakidis. So we saved the best for last. This is why Mr. Tsiplakidis is the last, since you asked. So, Siemco Baaij, a firefighter from in Utrecht in the Netherlands, and the co-founder of CFBT-NL as a trainer for urban fires. And he's going to talk to us with a topic, flatten the spikes for more effective learning. Siemco, the floor is yours.
Good afternoon. Maybe the hardest part of the day after lunch. John, how was your experience about after lunch presenting? Was there a lot of people are sleeping or? Okay. Well, let's have a start. Flatten the spike. Thank you for being here and listen to my presentation. Flatten the spike and what it means, I will explain that in the next hour. But first of all, let's introduce myself. A father of 3. And it's hard to be a father. Why? Kids doing nothing what I want they do. Everything what they want, they ask me, and I say, no, that's not going to happen, except when we talk about money, and say, yes, we need it. But that's still going on in our fire service. Well, partner of the best wife of the world, sorry for all of you, but I found her. And no, she's not here. Sorry for the ladies, but no, that says a bit of explanation. Why she's the best wife? She saved my life 1.5 years ago. Otherwise, I'm gonna die. And that's why she's the best wife. Sorry? No, I went home and had a cerebral infarction. And, well, I'm still here and I'm healthy. But she called the ambulance within 5 minutes and I recover what I can. But, okay, still 32 years in the fire service. I started my career in the fire service as a volunteer in a small village nearby Schiphol, the airport. And in 2000, I became a paid firefighter in the city of Utrecht. It's in the middle of the Netherlands. And I became the rank of a captain, a team leader. I explain something more in a few minutes. And an instructor for 25 years. And I choose to give instruction only in fire behavior, firefighting, fire tactics, and not all the other topics, hazmat and water rescue or technical rescue. I'm also an author, a co-author, together with Karel. We wrote some books, Hans, Hein, and it is in Dutch language, the first book, and in English and in French. It was written in 2011. Another book, Hans and Hein were also involved in this book. The first was about fire behavior and reading the fire, Be Safe model. And the next book was How to Operate, Strategy and Tactics. In 2019, we republished our first book, and that means in a couple of years, our knowledge developed, and there's done some science, and we need a lot more we know a lot more, and we have to republish it. On the other hand, I work the last few years together with the Dutch Fire Academy, and there's a lot of knowledge found in the world. And we struggle with what do we teach to our firefighters, to our team leaders, to our fire officers. And we compare that in some basic principles. And on the other hand, we wrote all our knowledge in the new education we made in the Netherlands for firefighters and the team leaders and also the fire officers in strategy and tactics. And that was the last one. There was 2 weeks ago, they published the youngest version of all what we did in the past 10 years. It's available in Dutch and in the nearby future in English. It's a big book. But we work on it, and there's a lot of knowledge in. Also, in my fire region, I'm a fire investigation. It's not to investigate how the fire started. That's what we work with the assurance companies, also with the police officers in forensic investigation. But for the fire service, what we try to investigate is how is this fire developed? Did the building regulations, has they influence of the fire growth and the fire operations, did they do a good job? Not to judge them, but to learn. And every single fire region in the Netherlands has their own team, and they put all the data together, all the investigation that they did, and we're still learning. And beside that, I'm a general manager of CFBT in the Netherlands, together with Hans Nieling, and also a nice lady. The Dutch Fire Service. Let me explain something about the Dutch Fire Service. It's not a big country. We have 25 regions, and I work in the middle one. There's also our city. Hans lives and works over here in the south part. 25 fire regions. And we have one national academy. All the basic education for the fire service comes from one national academy. My region, that was the middle one in the Netherlands, and our city of Utrecht, where I work as a captain. Oh, wait, what's happening here? That's over there, the city of Utrecht. That's the fourth biggest city in the Netherlands. And I'm realizing when I'm in Greece, you have to deal with forest fires. The only forest we have is from this part of our fire region to this part, and it's maybe a few kilometers wide. But I'm not, as a firefighter, I'm not involved in that type of fires. My station is in this side of the region, and we want we want to respond on forest fires. We in the region 71 fire stations and 5 career fire stations. 24/7. 4 are located in our city, in the middle part here, and 1 is in this city over here. And we have 2 daytime professional stations, and in the evening we work with volunteers. The city where I work for 23 years, 100 square kilometers, 360,000 inhabitants. And that's a big amount of people. We have an historical city center. It was founded in the 7th century and still buildings there from the 13th and the 14th century. That's a very old part of the city. We have an international university. It's a big university on this side of the city. And we also a railway capital of the Netherlands. You imagine we're right in the middle of the Netherlands, and all the directions come to Utrecht. And we are aware that our central station can be a target in terrorism. And we are prepared for that. We have teams that can operate in a circle where terrorism is going on. 7 stations in the city, 4 professional, as I said. Each station has an engine, have an engine, 2 stations a ladder, and 1 station have rescue divers. My station is located in that area. That's the area where I respond by an alarm. For a second alarm, we go to the health of the city. There's my fire station, and this is how it looks like. That's a big one. It was built as a headquarter, but it's not a headquarter anymore. And daily we have to deal with 6 guys on an engine. There he is. And 2 on the ladder, and 4 on rescue diving. Maximum of 10. That's my station, and I lead the crew of 10. And what I said, I'm a general manager of CFBT. CFBT in the Netherlands works together with the Fire Academy in the past for develop education, and we train instructors. And we trained in the Netherlands maybe 1,000 instructors, and also firefighters. We have our own facilities, and we work together with different fire schools in the Netherlands. What training props do we have? And also Skills Lab. And Skills Lab is a tool to teach situational awareness, leadership, decision making, and also VR. That's what CFBT does. The context of my presentation, it's very important for us to know. It's my presentation, and it's based on 25 experience as a firefighter. And when I met Hans in 2006, 2007 for the first time, you can imagine, I live in the middle and Hans in the south part. We struggle with the knowledge that we get in the education that we got in training. And that was a long journey we did, but we did a lot of work. And what we tried to do is connect dots in experience and science. I'm not a scientist, but there is so much written, science-based, and there's done so much research, also in the last years by UL in the US. And what does it mean for the firefighter on the street? What we did in the past was put all the knowledge we have in a class with a bunch of instructors and put in 1 week all the knowledge over them. But it doesn't work. And I figured out something where we talk about, and my journey can be helpful in your future. Okay, let's have a look on the background of how we learn. Who's riding a bike in the city? Who's riding? It's not much. When I ask in the Netherlands the same question, the whole audience says, yes, I do. So also in Amsterdam. But that is the next question. We taught you to ride a bicycle in the city. Sorry? Parents, grandfather? Well, and what does he say to you? A tradition. They pick you up the bike, go away. You fall down. Don't be afraid, do it again, and again, and again. Sometimes, yes. Sometimes. But no one says how you have to do this. No one. And anyone they are riding a bike is a survivor. Some of our people in the world died on a bicycle, but you're survivors. Why? It's simple. It's all about experience. And you're firefighters too. And you have your own experience. And we don't use it in the classroom. That's a big announcement. Okay, let's have a look at the fire scene. What is the biggest question when you arrive at the scene? Defensive or not offensive? Safety.
And if the crowd to the other building is safe?
Are there people inside? Are there people trapped in? A lot of questions. Can I fight this fire with one engine? No. Two? No. Three? Four?
Who's in the engine?
Who's in the engine? That's a good question. That's a good question. In my career, I became a captain on a station for 2 years. And I was there. And I got, in 2 years, maybe 3 serious calls. That's not the experience I want, but it was the reality. This building in the Netherlands is in Delft. It's nearby Den Haag. It's the building of the University of Structural Science. And the firefighters struggling with a fire for many hours, maybe 3. And after 3 hours, they took the decision, we let the building burn down. And the burning collapsed after 3.5 hours, I guess. And in the investigation that I did was the question, why was this building collapse? Well, for reasons, and for science reasons, in type of this fire, this building can collapse within an hour. And we fight this fire for more than 2-3 hours. And we don't aware about the danger zone where we're in. Otherwise, maybe we have lost many people. The building collapsed after a couple of hours. And what's going on here? And when you're well experienced, well educated, maybe it's easier. But when you don't have experience, when you don't train well, that's a big question. And you have to be safe. Let's have a look where it starts. As fire service, we educate our firefighters. We can say our firefighters are well prepared for this job. Otherwise, our education is wrong. They teach in what they need to know. Understanding the structure, fire physics, and that's also for the building. Fire dynamics, and there are a lot of topics about fire dynamics. We teach hose handling, nozzle techniques, human factors. What kind of human factors? Our human factors, or only the human factors of the citizens? Pieter talked about a couple of numbers in the nighttime. There are more incidents with the fire service that we endured or nearly endured. But are we aware that our decision-making brains decrease more than 40% in nighttime when we are sleeping and you are awake and go to a call? Our factors, our human factors. We have to teach search and rescue, and we have to do it very quick. Tactical operations. That's in a lot of books. How many of us read the books? All the books? Yes, Carol, you read the books. But maybe you're the only one in this room. But on the end, we are firefighters to put the fire out with other. And some of them become an officer rank. You have to do a lot more education, and maybe you read a lot more. And we talk about only firefighting. And it's mind-blowing what you have to learn to be safe and to do good operations. But let's have a closer look to the learning line for rookies. I don't know exactly how it is in Greece. In another part of the world, each country has its own basic training and their own learning line. But we teach our rookies for many hours. And when we teach them, there are clear objectives to teach. There's a learning line. Why we have a learning line in education? Well, in the end, you have to do your exam. That's very important that you have your exam. And the last few years in the Netherlands was it going on. We developed all our programs mainly science-based. Not all of us. Not all of the education. Why? There is no science-based education in technical rescue or what else. But the most of them, we make them science-based. And then you become a firefighter. And that's what, in the end, what we want. Each country, they do their best to deliver well-prepared firefighters for the job. They do. Do we? Do we that in the Netherlands? Do we that in Belgium or England or Ireland or Greece? That's a big question. I talk about my kids, and now they have the age of 20, 25, but all the time they ask questions. Why? Why? Well, and now they're becoming older and they say, why? And we are also, after the education, become as a firefighter. We build up their own experience. And I have a lot of experience in my city. But what's experience? When you have experience, when you go to many calls a day or a week or a year, is that experience? When is it an experience? When you evaluate your actions. as a driver, as a crew leader, as a firefighter. You have to ask, did I drive too fast? Or the hose handling operations, was it smooth? Was it quick? Was it safe? What have I seen on the fire? What was the sign? What we saw on the smoke? And we don't ask that questions, it's a bad experience. And when you believe that that experience you lead to be safe, they're on the wrong way. You have to learn from each fire you have. And then the biggest question, can we share what we have learned? That's a big question. What I told you, in the Netherlands, we do investigations to all fires we have in industrial buildings, in houses, in commercial buildings. And there are nice reports, there are nice learning outcome, but when I read a report, do I have the same experience as the firefighters involved in that scene? Exactly. And that's the biggest question what I have in the past. Is there a learning line for us as a firefighter? We train weekly in fire rescue or technical rescue. In my team we have divers, we have to do hazmat training, and my instructors on the station, they do the best. To each shift we have, do an exercise. But what type of exercise we need? Is the learning objectives of that exercise, is that in a learning line for many years? Do we repeat and repeat and repeat what we have learned? That's a big question. Other exams for firefighters, they in the job for many years. Well, let's have a look. There are more questions. We build up our own experience, but what's sorry. When you put all your questions in data, and we talk a little bit about the data, then you see this, the time in maybe weeks or a year, maybe longer, and there are levels. And we're still learning. Do some training, do some education, do some exercise, do some call, and we learn. And sometimes there's something new. A conference, of course, yeah. And you heard a lot. They told you a lot about new stuff, or they teach you a lot. Oh, they teach you a lot about new stuff. And then your knowledge in a short period of time grow up and back down. And at the end, all the effort what is done, there's nothing. And we do it again. And our expectations is that the learning line is growing up, not fast, slowly up, but at the end, what I see is that when we put a lot of effort in our training, after a year, and I give you an example, I was in a fire region, we trained them 12 years ago in live fire training, and a couple of years later, the guy told me, he said, we put around 700,000 euros in it for train in live fire training, but the effort after maybe 2 years was 0.0. That means a big problem. Let's have a closer look. What are the expectations that we have, that the fire service have, and what the fire region or what else? What are the expectations? And the expectations is, to do in one sentence, we want to grow in knowledge at the end of many years. We become older, more experienced, more knowledge. Is it the right thing? Let's have a look. That's what we expect. A slowly line growing up to the next level. This is the time, in weeks or in months or in years, and the levels. Do we have that learning line? Can we expect this? Do we grow in knowledge? Or is it this one? We put some effort in, and maybe you have the next year the same exercise, and you got the same feedback. That's a big question. And then the big question is, are spikes acceptable? Is it acceptable that we put in 1 week a lot of information to our instructors or to our firefighters? This is how it looks like. Put a lot of effort in them, in knowledge. It costs a lot of money. But what's the effort in the end? When I do nothing with that knowledge, maybe over a year, I lost all what you told me. We have to work daily or weekly with the materials. That's why I think spikes are not acceptable. Why not? What I figure out in my journey is there is a difference in need to know and nice to know. And we talk about fire behavior. We teach fire dynamics, for example. And that's nice to know also, we teach fire dynamics. But when we talk about elements in the basic education, or we talk in the elements in an instructor class or on the fire service in training, what's the difference? The difference is that we explain elements in fire dynamics by the need to know in oxygen, in heat, and in flames. That's the basic stuff. And we talk in the need to, and the nice to know, we can make it more difficult. It's the same. Fire, but we explain it difficult. And some of us, it's easy to learn, but not all of us. We talk about fire behavior. We can explain heat release rate, mass loss rate. We can talk about energy in smoke. We can talk about water droplets, the size of water droplets, why this size is so important. But is that a need? Give we our firefighters too much information? Do we create a spike? And we are aware about that spike. But we are still an instructor. Reading the fire. Who's using the fire pentagon? I'm happy to see here. But in the Netherlands, it's still in dedication. We make it sometimes difficult. Too difficult. It's too much information to remember. And not all of us need that knowledge. There's something in the middle. And we have to figure it out. What is nice to know, what is need to know, and when we want to grow up in knowledge, our need to know has to grow slowly. We talk about riding a bike. Well, let's see. For all of you who don't ride a bike, maybe you know the answer. You don't look looking forward where you go to. Why? Why you have to go to look where you go to? It's the same in a car. Driving a car, looking around you. But all of us who are riding a bike knows, don't look at the tree, otherwise you're bouncing the tree. You have to pedal. Why? It's your balance. When you stop pedaling, you'll fall down. And you have to brake early. That something happened, sometimes happened that I hit the car. And we grew up as a cyclist, and in the Netherlands it's normal that we drive a bike, ride a bike, dreaming in sunny weather, you can imagine. But thunderstorms or hailstorms, we have to fight with it. Busy traffic in the cities. And no one told me, and maybe no one told you how to do it. You're doing it by yourself. And we talk about education. We talk about needs. We talk about all the ballast we give to our firefighters. What would we do? Teaching means doing research. Each instructor is a researcher. Not about a scientist level, but he's still a researcher. What knowledge are there? And can I explain all the knowledge? What I discovered was there are many instructors telling stories about fire behavior, about fire physics, and they don't understand it well by themselves. And why it's going to happen that we do this? Research doing by the human in front of you. Who is in the classroom? What's his motivation, her motivation? What is their knowledge? And they have a lot of questions, otherwise they have to choose another job when you don't have questions anymore. What's their life? They don't have the same life as you have. as we have, as I have. And who I am. What kind of teacher, instructor, fire captain I am. And can we talk to each other? And it's talking, it's not teaching. Talk to each other and exchange ideas. Can we do this? When we talk to each other and one of you has more knowledge about fire behavior as the other one, you can have a nice talk. You can imagine that there are coming up a few questions and you can talk further on. That means inspire. Talking will follow by inspire. And we have to do that in a safe environment. No judgment at all. In my career, I heard many times, you do this wrong, or that was a mistake, or that fails. When we create an environment where my student may make a mistake, then we have material to talk about. Why was this happened? What was the result? And your student can ask another question, can I do it again? A clear environment means no diversion. I think that makes it all. There was a sentence, legendary teaching is coaching, a sentence that gives me many questions. I remember maybe 14 years ago, I was teaching 6 hours, a classroom like this. It was one-way teaching about fire behavior without any questions. What have they learned? After 6 hours sitting in the classroom, listen to a guy, he telling about fire you have never heard. What's the outcome of the end of the day? And what's coaching? What means coaching? Coaching don't mean that you have to teach 6 hours, do a lecture. And that was what I have to do on research. What's coaching? And that's what I found. The instructor versus the firefighter, my student. Or sometimes I'm a student and I got other instructors. My findings are instructors talk too much. And I give you an example. One of my instructors was, after a live burn, giving feedback to firefighters. And he had amount of time to talk with the students. What was happened is he talked 2 minutes about the objectives and he talked about 15 minutes about fire behavior, and at the end he made big mistakes in what he told to the students. But at the end, what have they learned? Only the few things on the end of his feedback, and it was wrong. We talk too much. We have to ask questions. And we have to give them the opportunity to ask questions. Ask questions as, what have you done? What were your expectations? What was the result? Why you have this result? Can you do it in another way? We can fight fires in many different ways. As an instructor, you have to ask your student, do you have questions? Don't make misunderstandings. When you don't have knowledge enough, there is a big chance to fail. When you ask me to teach hazmats, I say no. I can do my job, my daily job on the street and deal with hazmats. But when you ask me to teach hazmat operations, no way. Is it my view on the fire service? Is it my view to how you have to operate daily? Or what's your experience? And what you have shown me in your exercise, was that a copy of what you have done earlier? And we can talk about what have you done? What was the outcome? Can you do it another way? And maybe it is the best way. And your student gives you a present. You can learn from your student. It's a two-way learning line. And what's my motivation? My motivation is clearly simple. In the Dutch fire service, I will help my colleagues to keep them safe and to bring them out at home. But what's your motivation? In the Netherlands, we have to deal with volunteers and career firefighters. And they are in the same level of education. But what's the motivation of a career firefighter? What's the motivation of a volunteer firefighter? And in my own group, we have different motivation. One says, well, I'm a firefighter and I'm here to be make my career in the fire service. I want to be a fire officer in the future. I will help people. Another guy says, well, I'm here. We have a 24-hour shift and then we go 3 days off. That's my motivation. Well, that's okay. No judgment at all. But can we make the step to each other? And who have to make that step? Is that the instructor or is that your student? It's your student, they have to step down. Give the hand. And ask them, bring your own expectations, bring your own knowledge, bring your own experience in this exercise. And let's have a look at it. And when we do research about teaching and research about coaching, you found many things on the internet. The best way to learn is to do. That's clear. As a cyclist, you have to do it many times. You grow up as a kid, you got a bicycle, and you drive to school in many years. The worst way to teach is to talk. It's a quote. And is there an opposite? That's a good question. When we talk too long, is it only for the instructor or also for your student? There are many objectives, maybe 2 or 3 for the time period. And as an instructor, as a coach, you give them the limitations of the answer. Back to the learning outcome. It's also in theoretical sessions, in feedback. And what's teaching? Teaching don't means talk 6 hours in a 6-hour lecture. And that's what I want to mention, is when I talk 6 hours, at the end of the day, I've learned so much by myself. Why? I have to choose the right sentences, I have to choose the right knowledge, and in the end, I teach myself. That's when you have talked too long. There's there's no better way to learn than to teach, but there is some worst and there is some best way to teach. And the best way is to do. And when you do something, you got many questions by yourself. Making impact, that's what we want as an instructor. Not as a high-ranked instructor, and I tell you the truth, and I tell you the knowledge what I want that you to know. Making impact is going to your doctor, and he makes also impact. And why? I was doing some research about how making impact and how can I got the right answer. And I found spikes. The spikes. The first letter means the settings. Choose a comfortable and non-threatening environment. Perception means uncover what your students are thinking, what their expectations are, what their experience are. What they want to learn, or is it a huge amount of knowledge what I threw over them, or heavy limitations? And some of you says, oh, give me the scientist message, I can handle with it. But not all of us. Knowledge, who get we knowledge to each other? Who change we knowledge? Explain simple when they ask for. When you can explain it simple, cannot explain it simply, you don't understand it well enough. Make it simple and only answer the question where they ask for. Emotions. Respect feelings. Sometimes in my classroom there are instructors, they have a more experience, they have a longer career in the fire service as I have. And it's not only that I have respect for them, but also for the guy, he's in 2-year career. I respond with empathy, no hard feelings. And summarize. And summarize means at the end of your learning outcomes, your objectives, you have in front of your exercise, you have your objectives. In your exercise or in your classroom session, there are objectives. And in the end, you have to summarize it. Make a small package. That's what we have to learn today. Recap the goals that they're learning. And then what we discover is spikes are good when they are knowledge limited. And that's what I told to our instructors in the Netherlands. When you instruct students to become an instructor, when you leave your home in the morning, your whole backpack with all your knowledge, let the backpack at home. And go with open arms and ask questions. What want you to learn? And then you see that's knowledge limited and not time limited. And the outcome we saw that there is not officially a learning line for us. We have to make it. But we have to make connections with our students. And they learn a lot. We make them eager to learn. And it's both directions. It's to the teacher, to the instructor, and it's to a student. Teaching is a coaching way. Ask only questions. What do you mean? Is that right? What do you think? Or are there other options? The knowledge is mostly by them. And when they don't know, they ask you the questions. And in the Netherlands, we built a program. Hans and I, we did it together. And we run the program now for 3 years. And we trained all the firefighters, career and volunteer firefighters in Amsterdam area, Den Haag area, and Rotterdam area. And they run a one-day program. It was only a practical session with six exercises. Simple exercises. Without any theoretical part. And we are so happy with the learning outcome. Why? Why we so happy by the learning outcome? And it summarizes my presentation. The purpose of training is people being impressed by themselves. Wow, I did this. And I've learned a lot. And that means, as an instructor, I give them the opportunity to learn by themselves and to make them proud what they did. And can we do it again? Go ahead, do it again. And without any knowledge we bring to them, and without any struggling with career firefighters, volunteer firefighters. And at the end of the day, they had a big smile. Or, Hans. So, thank you. Any questions about flattening the spike?
Ωραία, πάμε στον επόμενο ομιλητή, τον κύριο Hans Nieling, ο οποίος...
Moving on to our next speaker, Mr. Hans Nieling, an officer of aircraft fuel systems. He's going to talk to us about fires in lithium batteries in electric vehicles and the new challenges for the fire service.
I have to get wired. Good? Good to go? Okay. Good afternoon. Hope you're still enjoying it today. We're now going to talk about fire, our favorite part. But it is not going to be the fires that we are used to, because I want to talk about fires of tomorrow, or even the fires of today. It's just that we don't know which fire we're gonna end up with. Oh, yeah. What's our goal today? We teach all kinds of stuff, and it is that Siemco explained before that we trying to be a good firefighter, and that's perfect. And I think that doing all these things like firefighter safety, that was a topic today. Reducing near misses. Also have absolutely no line of duty. That's something that we absolutely want to not want to happen. And how do we create a safer workplace? So we're going to teach guys fire dynamics. We're going to create them awareness of be safe, the fire triangle, all this kind of stuff. And we train on all the essentials. What are we focusing on? We focusing on interior fire attack, flow path, smoke is fuel, all these kind of things, door management, close the door so we not make the fire worse, ventilation tactics inside, all kind of subjects that we are doing. And then the question, do we forget something? Do we know what we're gonna find if we go to a house fire? Do we know how it looks, what the people have inside in the house? We don't know. Because if we go to a building, a commercial building, for instance, there's a name on the building and it says, this is a steel company. Fine, at least then we know that they have a lot of steel there. But with normal, regular houses, we don't know. In the Netherlands, I would say the last 10 years, there is being an increasing number of solar panels on houses. All the new houses that are being built at this moment must have solar panels. There's no new house built without solar panels. So these things bring also risks with them. But as you see, we talk about green energy and everybody is talking about this, and we have to save the environment. Even our government is giving you all these solar panels without the tax on it. The electricity companies say, hey, fine, if you generate a lot of energy and you're not using it, we sell it from you, or we buy it from you at a low price, because if you have to buy electricity from them, then you have to pay 3 times. But you get money for it. But if we are staying at, well, let's say, with my wife, we are working both, and I'm creating energy during the day, and I'm coming home at night, there's no sun, and I created only energy for the electricity company. And I have to buy it again. So then a lot of people, and especially the Dutch people, they are kind of greedy. They want to store the energy because, hey, I generate energy, I store it, and then I can use it when I'm coming home, so that I don't have to pay the expensive energy from the companies. So they start to buy these big energy packs, so we can save the energy and use it when I want it. They are located in all different places. You can see that they have them in the garage or in the attic or in the cellar or wherever where they want it. And then you would say, oh, what's the big deal? Normally it's not a big deal. It's fine. You have energy and you can use it as long as you don't have a fire. I show you a couple energy systems or battery packs, how they call them, and they're being tested and they're all safe and nothing can go wrong and perfect. They cost a lot of money. Prices are decreasing at the moment, but you can see that here even Tesla is participating in this, and you can get a really nice battery pack you put in the garage on the wall, and perfect. This is an example where people have these energy storing systems, battery packs installed. The left one is one from Tesla, and it's huge. They did all kinds of tests, and if one pack, where the number is here, when one pack is having a fault and there's something wrong with the battery, it doesn't impact all the other batteries in there. That's what they tested. That was the outcome. But it's just when there is nothing going wrong with the battery. If we would have a fire, that would be a completely different story, because then all the batteries will be affected. In order to know what we're dealing with and how it's possible to extinguish them or to fight the fire, what we encounter, is we have to understand what lithium-ion batteries are, how they're being built up, how they are manufactured. So we have two different types of batteries. You have the batteries that you buy and you use, they're empty and you throw them away, or you have rechargeable ones. There is a difference in, if you have a fire with those batteries, what you do. Can you then extinguish them? It says that the non-rechargeable is not so good trying to extinguish them, because there's a lot of hydrogen coming off from when they are in a fire. The other ones, you can. It's not a problem. But if I have a fire, I'm not able to take the battery and see if it's a rechargeable or not. We don't know. We simply don't know. So it's a question mark for us. You see batteries and you think, oh, yeah, they told me these we can and the other ones we can't. And yeah, it's just good luck and see what you can do. Then there is also a significant number in differences within the lithium-ion batteries. And we all call them lithium-ion, but as you can see, there's a pointer here. You have also lithium polymer, the so-called LiPo batteries. Here, these are in electric vehicles. So we all talk about lithium-ion batteries, but in fact, it's a lithium polymer battery. And it's simple. I mean, we all have a cell phone. And we started with a cell phone which was kind of big. Now they're even getting bigger, but they were big at that time because we had a big battery. There was a need for that. But nowadays we want to have lighter phones, smaller phones. So the battery needs to be smaller and smaller. And we want that the batteries stay, that the power will be on all day long, because I have to work with it. I don't want to recharge them every hour. This is what you can see, how small they are with these, and what the power is, what they deliver on the left side. How is a battery built up? This is one of the things to know why they are so fragile, and why you have to be careful with the batteries, and why it's easy to go wrong with the battery. As you can see here on this picture, you see the guy is taking it layer by layer off. And there are many layers in there, and they are only separated by really thin paper. And if you compare this, let's say, with a car battery, you have a a minus and you have a positive side. And between those two, there is just that little, really thin layer of paper. And that's what it makes it so fragile. If it's being banged with a hammer, or something falls on it, or it drops on the floor and you're going to recharge it, it's only a really small fracture needed that it really goes wrong. This is how it's being built up. You see the anode here in the middle. It's like a shooting game. The anode, and then you have the cathode. That's the plus and the minus. And you got the separator, and that separator is that thin layer of paper. Then you also have to have something that will transfer the energy. And that's being done by the electrolyte, and that's being built up by the solvent and the conducting salt. Then the graphite copper foil is around there, and the active material in the cathode has an aluminum foil. It's all very thin. If you imagine that if you take your battery out of your phone, if it's possible, it's just 2-3 millimeters thick, and this is all in there. And it's a really great adventure. Now we're going to be a little bit more into the science, and I'm not going to bother you with it really too much, but it is, yeah, it's important to know, especially talking about these two gases. That's fluor gases, really toxic. This is when the battery is going to be in the decomposition phase, it's going to be released. And as we don't know what kind of batteries that we are encounter, these gases, and if you are in the smoke, it will be on your gear and everything. So that's something to have to take in consideration. All this, it happens if we're going to have a thermal runaway. And the thermal runaway is it's a situation where the battery keeps on evolving, and it's not reversible. Then, if a lithium-ion battery is above 130 Celsius, there's going to be a reaction starting. This is the reaction. Fine, for those who like it, they may copy it. But there is an important factor. It creates its own oxygen. That's why it's hard to extinguish, because we can say, oh yeah, we put a lot of water on there. Yeah, it's fine, but it keeps on creating its own oxygen because the thermal runaway starts. The only thing what we can do is decrease the temperature. But then you need to be able to reach the batteries. If you can't reach them, yeah, then we have a problem. Then it's almost a case that we lost. Here you see what can happen if the battery is being heated for whatever reason, or if you have a electrical shortcut, maybe by using the wrong charger, mechanical stress. If we now convert this to car fires, or let's say we'll take a Tesla. Everybody knows a Tesla. We can also talk about an Audi or a BMW or a Mercedes. All these expensive brands have these electrical cars. The batteries that they are using are tested, and they survive a crash. So that's not a problem. And electrical shortcut, will that occur? No, we always use a correct charger, otherwise it doesn't fit. Mechanical stress, that's where they're being tested on. Heating, are they going to be too hot? No, basically not. But you park your Tesla somewhere, and then another guy comes with his Fiat Panda, and he puts it next to your car, and he built in his own radio, and that didn't went too well, and he has a shortcut, and that car starts burning. The Tesla next to it also starts burning. And then we come up external heating. So the car manufacturers are really looking into making the cars as safe as possible, but external factors also play a role. Here on this side, you'll see, doesn't work anymore. Fire spread, smoke, fire, gases, vapors, and there's a lot of pressure inside that cell because of the expansion of all the gases. And normally in batteries they make it like that there is an opening created by the pressure. It's not that they explode, but there is a sort of a mechanism in there which opens, and then the gas can go out. But the gases are flammable. I'll show you a little film where it's from Germany. I don't know if that works like this. Nope. Oh. Now everything else. Does it work? Kimon, it's Kimon here. It's Kimon's factory, you saw that? Yeah, it's fine. Yeah. It's not that important, the sound, but as you can see, they are just going to a regular industrial building where they try to fight a fire. Nothing special, you would think. You see, it's Kimon's factory. It's here it is, industry and garage. So it's not that. You would expect, well, this is a normal industrial fire, nothing special, and a lot of smoke coming off. They tried to extinguish it from the top with a ladder, and on the back side they tried to extinguish it from the inside. You will see that in a moment. And these guys gonna experience something different. And Germans have long coats. See, the smoke starts to increase. It's going to be a little bit more and thicker, and the guy up in the ladder is kind of start worrying a little bit. See at the velocity of the smoke that it's a working fire. It's not a smoldering fire. This is going really, really fast. It doesn't look like much water that they put on there with the tower. It's kind of a small stream. I try another line with it. Doesn't work. I'm gonna crawl up the roof. Because the problem they have, they don't know what is burning. They don't have a clue. This is how it looks on the backside. We start a small explosion. What is that? So we're going to take some foam, and we're going to put some foam on there. That's going to work. Watch what's going to happen now. You hear these popping sounds. Small explosions. Afterwards, they know with our batteries, but now they don't know. And you see, it's increasing the noise. Now, watch the guy in the ladder. He knows what happens. It's no longer a small fire. And it turned out that there was a part of the building was rented off to somebody else, and they stored batteries in there. Nobody knew. And if you are arriving at a fire like this, then you don't know. And the guy in the ladder was one of the smartest guys, I guess. He saw what was going to happen. And there were a couple of guys injured here. But you hear that it's still going on. And these are the things that we don't know if we go to a fire. The most dangerous part of the battery is how far it's being charged. In the beginning of these lithium-ion batteries, when they were manufactured, they shipped them 100% charged. But there were two aircraft, cargo planes, crashed just because of that the batteries were 100% charged, and a thermal runaway started, and there were no precautions in the aircraft, nothing. So the aircraft was, it crashed. They couldn't do anything. At the moment, as of a result of those two crashes, the aircraft authorities said all batteries are only 25% charged, and they have to be in a fireproof box when they are being shipped by air. And it's just because these lithium-ion batteries are unstable. It is not the normal batteries that we know that you can throw and you do whatever you want. These are really unstable due to the fact that they are that small and light, and these layers in between the anode and the cathode are really thin and easily being broken. This is also a part. If we have a thermal runaway, these are the temperatures that you encounter. They are not normal temperatures what we are used to in a fire. We go up to 1,000 degrees. Recently there were some incidents with buses. And there was even a city, and I don't remember which city, they put all the buses back in the garage and first wanted to have an investigation on if all the other buses were safe. Scooters, electric scooters, you see them all over. In Siemco city, they had a fire, just a regular fire in a house, or it was not a house, it was a Pizza Hut, I think, something like that, some pizza joint. And they parked, after the store closed, they parked all the scooters inside and they were charging them. So next day they could drive away and deliver the pizzas. But with a security camera inside, showed that one of the scooters had a failure, and you saw that there was a thermal runaway occurring, and a lot of smoke was blowing out and overpressure, and then it gets on fire. And that one scooter lit up all the other ones, and so we had a massive thermal runaway within that little pizza tent. That was it. So here you can see how much smoke that it is. And this is just outside. Then we have those nice hoverboards. And I don't want to say that they make crap in China, but they're all coming from China. But it's also sometimes the case that this is a kid's toy. I try to do it, but it doesn't work. I couldn't write it. My grandsons also have those things. And I told them, outside, charging. You know, the kids ride with these things, then the battery gets empty. They go inside and they think, oh, this is a charger, we put it in. And then they have the wrong charger. And then the trouble starts. It's not always that they deliver crappy parts, but it is that kids don't think about that. It's not idiot-proof made, that you only can use one type of charger. And in this case, yeah, we see these a lot in the Netherlands that we have fires. And luckily here, the owner throws the hoverboard on the driveway, and then that's not a problem. But if this happens inside, many houses burn down due to that. You see a car fire. And normally, if the car looks like this, then it doesn't burn anymore, because all the burning material is gone. But here you can definitely see that this is an electric vehicle. and the batteries are still burning. And how do we extinguish it? Yeah, let it burn, and then it's over. Ready. I know, but that's also something that we do in the Netherlands. Yeah, and that's with some companies that are taking the burned cars with them to their own backyard and put the cars there. Most of the guys don't want them at their backyard because they're not sure that they are really extinguished and that they not start burning again after a day. Here we have those. It says here a specially made container to put all these EV vehicles in there, and they fill it with water, and they let them stay in there for a week. And yeah, to be sure that it's really everything is cold. That's also because of you can't not reach every cell inside. And you know if you take an electric vehicle, you have the bottom plate of the vehicle is the battery pack. But the battery pack, it are not batteries like the battery you have in your car. You have this size battery in the car. But the batteries built up in an electric vehicle are just these batteries that you put in a flashlight. And they build up the complete floor of the car with those batteries. So in order to reach and to cool down all the batteries, they say, well, we keep them a week in that water. Then it's fine. So then the guy comes and picks up the car, and normally they say, well, yeah, you can put them at your station for that while. If it starts burning, then you are there, and then you can extinguish it. So then you take the car out. The car goes to the graveyard. But then you are there with 10 cubic liter of water. And then the city says, you're not going to put that in the sewer. This is contaminated. So it has advantages, but also big disadvantages. So the question here is how are we going to deal with these fires? And it's tough. And I saw a film that the cold cut Cobra, you know, that high pressure system that goes through walls and everything, that they use that on battery packs. Yes, you could use it, but it's only 60, 70 liter water, which is being used by that system, and then you pump that into that battery pack, if you can reach it. If it's at a place where you can reach it with that Cobra. And what they said in the film is, use your thermal imaging camera and see where the hot spots are, put the Cobra in there and cool it. That's fine if you can reach it. And they showed it. It's just there where you put your feet, if you sit in the back seat, and then you can easily get there. But the problem will be if it's just underneath the seat, then you can't reach it. So there are a lot of things. We're really not ready and capable to handle all these car fires or these battery fires. In the Netherlands, what I said is that all new building projects must have solar panels. So, and the builders also know that, yeah, it's fine, but people are working, I can't use the energy during the day, so and at night they don't have the energy. So what are they doing? We're going to make those neighborhood batteries. Shipping container, and we put loads of batteries in there. It's all looking nice, a lot of fans inside to cool it. But last year, we also had a summer, finally, so it was really hot in the Netherlands for our thinking. We had, I think, 4 or 5 weeks, 35 degrees. That's unknown for us. Here it's normal, I know, but for us it was. But these neighborhood batteries, you see the position where they are, next to the houses, and we had some fires in there. And then you get from the dispatch, oh yeah, you have to go to a fire outside. There's a shipping container and it smokes. Oh, yeah. So you end up with a lithium-ion filled container. And if you saw how that factory reacted, this is also a huge problem. If you go to Underwriters Laboratory, they have a Fire Research Institute website, and there is a complete report on a fire in the US where firefighters went into a bigger system as these smaller containers, and 2 firefighters were being killed by the explosion because they didn't know how to handle it. And people say, well, you can use foam. Foam doesn't do anything. The only thing you can do is cool it. And in order to cool it, you have to get to the battery. And that's a challenge. That's not something which is really simple to do so. So this is going to be a challenge for us in the Netherlands. I don't know if these are also in Greece. Not yet? Well, wait till we ship them to you. This is going to be, for firefighters in the Netherlands, a problem. Because we don't have any standard operating procedures for this. We don't know how to extinguish them. Should we open the door, or should we close it, or should we just drill a hole in the top and fill it with water? I don't know. We don't have a clue. And as these batteries generate their own oxygen, by closing everything, it doesn't work. It keeps on going. So we really don't have a clue what to do with it. And let it burn would be an option. Sorry? Sorry? Pray, yeah, that's what we can do. Yeah, yeah. One moment, I'm just finished and then we can go to questions, yeah? No problem. It's a whole sheet full of stuff. I'm just gonna take some highlights out here. It says that our hazards, larger quantity of batteries is going to be a huge problem. You saw that in that factory, that we have explosions and stuff, but also the gases which are being produced by the fire of a lithium-ion battery is really toxic. Now, storage of large quantity of batteries, and it's not that far yet, but you would need a sprinkler installation to really start from the beginning. If just one cell is having a thermal runaway, that you can act immediately. And if we have to wait till people will detect the fire, then it's most of the time too big. Then it's not to be handled anymore. So we need to keep distance from those batteries. Also, if we have a little hoverboard, keep distance. Don't go over it, don't take it, just cool it as much as you can and that's it. And if the fire is off, then throw it in a bucket with water and leave it there. Then your personal hygiene at that moment, when you went to a lithium-ion fire, wash down your clothes, spray down with water that you get the most stuff off it, and then put your gear for cleaning, because these gases are not are really worse gases. If you look that up in the chemical book, then that's absolutely no good. What I said before, we don't know where we go to, and that's one of the biggest problems. If we would know, we go to a car fire, which is an electric vehicle, because then you first, if you step up to it, then you first have to look and see if it's an electric vehicle, and how can you see that? How can you find out if it's an electric vehicle? Yeah, it doesn't have an exhaust, but yeah. And you have to lay on the floor, but then you have hybrid cars, name it. So it is really difficult, and that's something that we have to be aware of. And yeah, what's up next? For me, it's going to be a problem for us today and tomorrow in how to handle them. And I have to thank my good friend, Dr. Roland Gertz. He is a professor, but he's also a firefighter. I spend the whole day with him in his lab. He does all kinds of tests with lithium-ion batteries. And we did together some tests, and it was really something to remember everything that he was teaching. Really, really good. Thank you for your attention. If there are any questions. You had a question.
If a container that has the lithium batteries produce oxygen, isn't it clothing to provide smoke? My English are not very well.
No, it doesn't matter. My Greek is even worse.
So, if we want to handle lithium batteries, what are we going to do?
I don't know. I don't have an answer. If I would have the answer, I would not
because,
standing here.
We say, okay, we will close it. It won't have oxygen, so it will fall. If it produces oxygen by itself,
Yeah.
so it might blow.
Well, I don't know if it's going to blow. It depends on how big and how much batteries are in there and how the safe systems are. The best thing would be if they would place these type of neighborhood batteries to put a sprinkler installation in there, that it would cool down at the first instance.
Oh, okay.
That would be a good solution. But
If it fails out?
yeah, but within the Netherlands, we have, now it's winter. When I came here, I had to scratch the windows to get the ice off. So if you have a water system in there, yeah, it's going to freeze. So sorry? Yeah, I can. Yeah?
Τις περισσότερες προσεγγίσεις που κάνουμε στα ηλεκτρικά, αυτό ήταν προσπαθούσα να...
Okay.
So, λοιπόν, οι περισσότερες προσεγγίσεις που κάνουμε στα ηλεκτρικά αυτοκίνητα είτε εγκαταστάσεις φωτοβολταϊκών με μπαταρίες είναι...
So if we need photovoltaic panels or anything, we need to know what are the combustion factors that are used. And I haven't heard, I'm not saying from you, how do we put off such fires? What are the materials that we use? Because in the literature, as far as I know, there are no specific materials where we were told this is good, this is bad. Mostly we throw water. So it's difficult, especially in residential areas, and we don't have any specific materials yet in order to use it.
Yeah, they say there are extinguishing fluids and foam and whatever, and they all say it works. But I think the best option at the moment is either using a Cobra cold cutter, so you can really get into the battery, because you can put the whole car, cover the whole car with foam or with some fluid, but it doesn't get into the batteries. That's the biggest problem, because they are made that safe to withstand a car crash that it's not easily to get to there, because it's that rigid made that when there is a car crash that the battery doesn't get involved. So, and then in order to reach the, and I know that I read an article about Audi, the car manufacturer, now was making a water attach point, so you could connect your hose to the battery and then float the battery from the inside. That's a solution. And I think more car manufacturers should think about that, because then if we would be there in a quicker way, and you have that and you can extinguish it, the fire maybe only will be in the battery, and then you change the battery pack and put a new battery pack and you can go. So there are things, but it is that the fire department is always behind the science. Everybody invents all kinds of stuff, and then we think, oh, what kind of fire is this? What should we do with that? And it's the same with the solar panels. Solar panels create DC power, not the AC which is coming out of your plug. So DC power is really much more dangerous than the other one. You can weld metal with it, with that. So we had in the Netherlands a really huge fire in an agriculture area where a couple of big stables were covered with solar panels. So they burned. But the thing was, the glass, which is on that solar panel, where the elements are being made with, doesn't burn. So it flows with the smoke and contaminated kilometers of land. So they had to clean everything. And it doesn't happen with one panel. That's not that much, but they had something like 500-600 panels there. So then that's another problem. And we run after that all the time. It's not that the industry says, hey, fire department, what do you think about this? We want to do this. What are your thoughts? That's not happening. Too bad. Somebody else? Okay.
How do you handle the contaminated water from the electrical cars? You said before you cannot throw it to the waste.
It's contaminated.
Then you store it.
No, we don't. We say to the guy, you can take it. You can take the container and everything.
So
we don't want it in our fire station.
It's an obligation of the owner to do something with the contaminated water?
Yeah, there is a big debate going on that insurance company says, well, it's your car, so you are responsible for the water because it's coming off from your car. then car manufacturers say, no, 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 that should not be the case. It's a lot of debate going on.
So there is no
No regulation, no, no.
No regulation. Thank you.
Oh, up there.
Σε συνέχεια του σχόλιου που έκανε.
So in continuation of the comment of Mr. Tsiplakidis, you said that although it's difficult to recognize what kind of fire we're dealing with when we have an electrical car, what is your experience about risks in putting off the fire with water, considering the car, the type of car, if you have any further experience in your country?
Αν μπορεί να μας αναφέρει από την εμπειρία του, από τη χώρα του που είναι δεδομένο ότι είναι μεγαλύτερη σε σχέση με τα ηλεκτρικά αυτοκίνητα.
So if we can have further examples of his experience with electrical cars, because he said that when you go to the scene, to the incident, you cannot always recognize the problem with an electric car battery. What's the problem if we use water to put off the fire?
Experience with fires in lithium-ion batteries. What are the dangers that you would consider on assessment when you arrive for this incident?
The first thing would be is, do we have a lithium-ion fire? And when you saw the film, that popping sound, that means already that you have these cells which are start to explode. That's something you have to tell your guys that they have to listen to that if they go to a fire like that. But how do we know? It's really difficult to take that in account.
I think the question is, once you determine that there is a fire involving lithium-ion batteries, what risks would you consider at that point?
Well, the biggest risk, what I would say, is to determine or to find out how big the batteries are, or and also the toxic gases. That's really something. We can say, yeah, we have a breathing apparatus, but these gases go into your turnout gear. As soon as you take your mask off, you inhale all that stuff. So that's, to me, one of the biggest issues.
Η κύρια ερώτηση είναι αν κινδυνεύουμε από το ρεύμα.
So is there a problem with the voltage? Are we in risk?
No. You have to see that the battery which is burning is damaged already. And the power which is in the battery causes the thermal runaway. So there is nothing there anymore. And with a car fire, I would say, don't touch the car. Keep distance. Don't go in there. Don't put your head inside and to extinguish the car. Do everything from a safe distance. There's too less. We know too less about all these type of fires to come up with a good plan. That's also difficult.
Oh.
Hi.
Hi.
There's no answer, and it's a debate, and it's useful to have it. So I'll just say what I have in mind. Just to add that there is a product out there. I won't mention the manufacturer. There is a product that pierces the bottom of the vehicle and throws a lot of water, as much water as you want, inside the battery. So there's a solution for that, but it's really, really expensive. And there's also a protocol called vermiculite or something that you sort of put it. It's like a mud that you seal it with, and there's blankets. And I'm involved in a company that is commercially involved with all these products. So, but I'm also a volunteer firefighter, and I'm really concerned and what we should do. If anybody knows something about it, I want you to ask for your input, because obviously maybe somebody in the room has something to say, has some knowledge about it, and we can talk about it afterwards. I don't think it's fair to you to keep answering questions like this. But maybe it's useful to discuss. Anybody that knows anything about it, I'm open to discuss.
Yeah, I agree with you. I think that there's a lot of knowledge within the room, and yeah, let's start a debate about it. You said you have blankets to put over the car. That works with a normal car fire. But as these batteries are producing oxygen,
they could be insulating, though, other cars in a car park, or gaining time in a traffic accident, or really, if it's a small fire, or in the beginning, actually do stop it.
I don't know. I don't have the experience with it. That's
the manufacturer says it works, and it's a new product for us, and we'd love to learn if it really works.
Yeah, we have to
we're
ask.
Open to debate about it.
We have to ask these car manufacturers to sponsor us some cars, and then they can do some tests. I don't know if they are willing, but they're all most expensive cars.
Γύρω και υπάρχει και πιστοποίηση, αλλά η πιστοποίηση γίνεται με αυτοκίνητο που φτάνει 1000 βαθμούς.
And what happens when a car reaches like 1000 degrees, but artificially, not with a battery? It's something for cars. And it's a quick way. You just cover the car very quickly so the fire doesn't spread. If you allow me, we're quite behind the schedule. Maybe we can have a break now. Our last speaker is Mr. Nikolaos Tsiplakidis. Those who do not need the headsets, maybe you can already give them to me very quickly, 10 minutes, so that at 5:30 we may all be ready to go home.
Κάπου πρέπει να το κλιπάρουμε τώρα αυτό.
Εδώ μέσα.
Εδώ στην τσέπη πάντα.
Ωραία, πόσο σκληρό είναι.
Το ήχος του στην τσέπη, μπράβο. Okay.
Α, το άνοιξες. Ακούγεται κανονικά,
Για μίλα.
1-2.
Ναι.
Το, πού είναι για το presenter?
Το κλικέρ.
Όχι, αυτό είναι το δικό μου.
Το USB το έχεις βάλει.
Είναι εδώ, είναι έτοιμο.
Ωραία. Απλά επειδή αυτό είναι YouTube, όταν
θα το
παίξεις
παίξεις,
εδώ,
ναι.
γυρνάς στο PowerPoint και μετά θα παίζει αυτό. Α, θα κάτσω εδώ, ανοίξεις πρόγραμμα.
Οκ. Φώναξε τους αν είναι να έρθουν μέσα. Παραλίγο. Θα κάνεις συστάσεις. Συστάσεις θα κάνεις. Λοιπόν, καλησπέρα και από μένα.
Okay, good evening. I know I'm the last speaker, so I need to thank you for your patience and for your participation, of course. We're going to deal in this last presentation with a burning issue. When we talked about it with Kimon, we did not have the train crash yet. But after Tempe train accident, there's been a topic going on about tunnels and all the demons rised. I'm not going to talk about it any further because there are going to be too many questions and too many issues we cannot actually answer to right now. But in any case, this presentation touches upon many topics, and all of you that are dealing with tunnel safety will only lose your sleep over it. Right now, we do not know how, as a fire service, to deal with such incidents. And I'm saying that knowingly. If, for example, we wouldn't be able to prevent this accident, but it took place 1 or 2 minutes afterwards, then it would have taken place in one of the largest tunnels in the city. And apart from all the phenomena inside that tunnel, all the people would not be able to receive any help because there wouldn't be any way to reach them. So right now we have tunnels in Greece. There is one, the biggest one in the Balkans, in Kalidromo for the trains, where there is no access whatsoever. Whatever may happen in there is between the train and the mountain. So you do understand that such an incident taking place within the tunnel of Tempe, we wouldn't have any access in order to help these people. And now what kind of help would be able to offer? Recovery of dead bodies. So now we'll see that in our country we have an approach over the incidents as any other case. You know, as with the electric cars, sometimes we know the causes of the fire, we analyze the ways, but we cannot find ways to deal with these incidents. This is from a road tunnel. You have domino effects, and you can see how they develop unexpectedly. You can see a collision taking place, and suddenly here you have a tank truck, and here you have a smaller car with dilution with solvent. So this does not stop here, though the car back stops, apparently. So, I started with this video in order to show you that we deal with incidents in the tunnels as in the case of some apartment in a densely populated area, as we deal with an industrial fire. But tunnels are different, first because they don't have access points, because we cannot create access points, because the tunnel can have a certain ventilation according to the manufacturer. And slowly, let's see this presentation, which is quite heavy. I'm going to try and talk it through. Please keep your questions for the end. I'm sure there will be concerns and questions for the end. For our friends coming from abroad, so from the two people in Germany, I know that you have such experience for many years now in the tunnels. In Ireland, a couple of years ago, we had an IFS exercise in Switzerland. We've had two Irish who went to Switzerland to be trained about tunnels, because they have one underground tunnel of 200 meters and they came to be trained for that. We have many kilometers of tunnels, but I don't think we have received the right training. So, generally speaking, when we're dealing with a tunnel, a big project, we have problems of fire protection and fire safety, operational issues, since we needed to see these topics differently. And then we have training issues. What do we mean training issues? It means that we need to have materials, means use them accordingly, and not as we've learned from the past. Tunnels are a very particular environment with the characteristics I mentioned earlier. Through this process, from the experience of Europeans on tunnels for over 200 years, we analyzed problems of the daily use of the tunnels. So we tried to have the right safety equipment of this infrastructure, and to see the behavior within the tunnels, because the problem is not the rescuer, but is also the behavior of the people driving or entering the tunnels. They don't know how to drive in a tunnel or what to do in case of a problem. So we try to see what is the analysis of strategical interventions. We've seen there are many problems in the tunnels. We cannot treat them with these common fire service tactics. So we analyzed various accident scenarios. In the firefighting, we learn from analyzing accidents. So we've had two regulations that resulted from that. These are the two regulations, and we built everything that has to do with tunnels on those two regulations. They are dealing with the minimum specifications about tunnels in the inter-European network, and the 96 of 2008, which is about the means for road tunnels. But what is such a fatal accident as the one in Tempi? It's what we call TAME or VAME. These are technological accidents that are quite expanded, quite broad. They are difficult to manage. They expand over a long area. They may go over administrative limits or even operational limits. We may have a problem or risk with the contamination of the environment due to chemical or biological agents, and we may have the domino effect with damages that can be directed to people, infrastructure, or indirect to the underground aquifers, horizon, or the surface. So we have even ecological catastrophes that may occur due to industrial accidents with impacts being collapse, explosion, whatever, various accidents. And the last are transportation accidents, meaning road, rail, sea, air transportation accidents, etc. So we divide them in these three categories of accidents because they might be a combination of various factors that lead us to such an accident. These may be some deficient construction or design. So when we designed a building or an infrastructure, we did not foresee factor X that led to the accident. That could be also a problem, a deficiency in the management during the operation or during the accident. Well, does that ring a bell? Maybe it rings a bell to everyone about insufficient management. And then finally, we have a terrorist attack. And when we have such a crucial infrastructure, we save them from such, we safekeep them from such a factor. So what is the technological accident? We could perhaps qualify it in a way. My question, and I'm sorry for the question, having heard all the previous presentations, about data that we heard yesterday, we use data in a way if these are real data, meaning that there is a way to collect, a way to manage them, and they should not be very subjective about what anybody can collect and write down. So we wanted to specify what is a technological accident. It's an accident that can cause more than 25 fatalities or more than 125 injured. And finally, there may be a need coming up to evacuate populations or to mobilize populations. All that is part of the technological accident. What are the sectors that can lead to this human-driven big catastrophe? It is a big-scale infrastructure, dams, public buildings, bridges, highways. Then we have mass transportation. and of course industrial production of combustible materials. These three sectors are connected within a tunnel. Why? Because I have one infrastructure of a big scale, and what do? I transport by road or rail, and I transport not only people, but only hazardous material, combustible material. So these are factors, three factors of the technological incidents within one tunnel. Do we know how to manage them? I guess not. So let me tell you the technological accidents with regard to transportation in 2010. We've had 72% for road transportation. Rail, you see a very small percentage. Sea, 14.1, and aerial, 10.4. So we have the biggest problem with the road transportation. Same thing in this graph, we see the yearly increase of road or transportation accidents. We see that industrial and coincidental accidents remain the same, but we have a peak when it comes to transportation accidents. Why? Because we do not travel at the same pace as in the 1970s. Now we go to London, have a coffee, and come back. 20 years ago, London was a 1-month trip if you wanted to have it. So let's see what led us into seeing things more holistic, in a more holistic way. The accidents that we had in the recent years, fatal accidents, were in the one in Mont Blanc in 1999, Tower in the 1999 again, and St. Gough in 2001. And therefrom started this whole doctrine for these two directives about how to set up tunnels. So the fires with specific characteristics within the tunnels, and we need to forget anything that we know with regard to building fires, is that first of all we have to do with a big heat, because we don't have couches in the tunnel and chairs and tables, but we have machinery, cargo, and fuel. So we have a big load. And then there's radiation, because this is closed area. We have radiation from what is in flames and from the rest. So there's radiation everywhere. And you also have irritating and contaminating materials. And you have less oxygen and less visibility, reduced visibility. It's a closed area. We ventilate it in a certain way, so anything within it has been burned, and there is no visibility. So consequences for the people, and I'm not talking about firefighters, but users who are trapped in there, have to do with reduced visibility. And you may say, so what with that? But many victims, as we'll see in St. Gotthard, were people who could not find escape exits due to the toxicity and the suffocating gases. And finally, the heat, increased heat that kept increasing very quickly. Designing tunnels. How do we design tunnels after everything that we analyzed so far? We must take certain factors into consideration in order to design the tunnel. We need to analyze everything and see how to deal with it. It's not just about showing what the problem is, but we need to find solutions. So what are the characteristics of the circulation, of the traffic? Does it take a big load of traffic within a day. Whoever takes Attiki Odo from 8 to 9 in the morning, you'll know that these are peak hours for the tunnel of Vrilisia, which is an uncover tunnel of a different shape. You have congestion. It's not the same with the tunnel in Lamia area. And then the length of the tunnel. How much time is it necessary for a car to cross that tunnel? So the length is also important for this equation. Then the type of traffic. What does that mean? In Greece, we're very happy so far because most tunnels have just one type of traffic, which is one direction, unidirectional traffic. In Europe, it's bidirectional, and they have more problems. But now we have separate tunnels with one stream of circulation. I think the only exception is the tunnel in Karpenisi area, and maybe one or more, I don't know, that I keep forgetting, or older tunnels. So new tunnels have one and only direction. This solves a lot of the problems that we're going to see. The geometry of the tunnel also is important, and I'm not talking geometry if it's round or semicircular, but if within the tunnel we have ramifications or if we have turns, etc. Most tunnels in the country, if you go to Thessaloniki, for example, you have at least 2 or 3 different smaller or bigger maneuvers to make within the tunnels. And finally, the number and the type of heavy vehicles going through these tunnels. So we have tunnels where it is allowed to transport hazardous goods, and others where this is not allowed. However, many hazardous goods go through these tunnels without being controlled, either because they do not classify the goods they carry as hazardous, or because they consider that the tank is empty. Does this work? I'm not going to insist very long here. It's the butterfly Slido, and it says that if we analyze, if we do what the minister said about risk analysis when we have a fire to know how to move, etc. If we put a crucial incident expected to happen in the tunnel, we're going to see whether we believe it's going to be successful or if it's not going to be successful, and things will have a negative impact. So we can put here the initial causes, then have a sequence of coincidental events, and from the various errors that may occur. Then we can go to the ramification of facts, where we will have influences for the environment, for people, for infrastructure, for services. So this butterfly plan analyzes causes, results, the accident itself, and the outcomes. So this is what resulted from this butterfly. It's the circle of destruction. And we are always in the first case, where we have designed everything. We believe that our plan is the best. And then at some point we understand that we have forgotten something, or that there is something more that we have never predicted. So we have 3 areas. It's before the accident, during the accident, and after the accident. The 3 areas in this disaster plan. And we use that at the same place that we design and redesign. In the first case, we need to evaluate, to assess the risk, and assess the risk within the infrastructure. Then we need to try to prevent and mitigate the risk using fire protection means or training people, etc. And then the readiness for urgent emergency cases. Is there any structure that can be covered from a certain specific service? For the tunnels, yes, there are units that safeguard this part of the tunnels, but for the railway tunnels, no, and we'll see why. Let's go now to the duration of the accident. Do we have rapid intervention procedures? In how much time can we reach the place of the accident, the incident? 10 minutes, as somebody said, is too much for when we have a fire. I think it's you, Kimon, who said that. 10 minutes is a long time. Will we be able to reach a tunnel within 10 minutes? Will we be able to reach the tunnel sometime? Because it's not just to reach the tunnel, but we need to reach the incident itself. So within a tunnel, we have a multiplication of problems, multiplication of the time and the time when we can engage. So we need to redesign all the procedures. And I open a parenthesis here and say that in many cases, in tunnel exercises, in tunnel drills, we have overturned 2 cars within a tunnel, and we access the tunnels in front of the cars, and we solve the problem. But I don't think that this will be the case all the time. And finally, having finished with the accident, then we need to see what happened, how to evaluate the errors made, how to estimate the situation, and then redesign, start over and see what did we miss, what was not part of the equation, and what was the mistake made. So we start from the scratch. We need to start over with the assessment. So this is the cycle of disaster. It's international. And all advanced countries exploit that or utilize that, seeing an accident as an opportunity to improve and not as something that has to finish quickly. And what can we do? Bury it and just go on with our lives. So let's see very quickly the whole process of assessing, first of all, the risk or the hazards. In Greece, risk, hazard, danger, all the words are the same. All the terms can be used equally. It's when we say in fire protection, we mean security and we mean safety at the same time, but it's not the same thing. It's 2 different things. So what about this hazard? It's a dangerous phenomenon or product or situation that can lead to loss of lives, injury, or other impact on the structure, on health, material damage, etc. So we need to see what is the factor that is life-threatening. We have here the combustion graph, so it's easily understood to everyone, because hazard has to do with the size, how big this factor is, the duration, and the speed of onset of the incident. So this has to be measured, assessed, and then dealt with. Furthermore, we have the risk. What does that mean? It means that I've taken various ingredients. I have here the factors of hazard, of exposure. How am I exposed to this risk? Which way? And vulnerability. Maybe you haven't heard it before, but it has to do with what happens to us firemen. We are vulnerable vis-a-vis what we are dealing with, and any safety measure that we take from our protection means that we wear or materials that help us put off the fire are there to help us reduce our vulnerability. So with all that, we know how much or what the degree of the risk is. Now, how do we deal with this risk? There are various dilemmas here. We may have to be ready to pay in order to prevent this accident. This means constructors, designers, users. Mr. Chubb said yesterday that we have no money. There is no money. And this is the reality. If you don't have any money, you cannot deal with this risk. You just try to cope as much as you can. Let's go to the second part. How much risk can rescuers undertake in order to save people, to rescue people exposed in the tunnels in a very dangerous zone? And this is about the police and firefighters and ambulances and volunteers. All the people who respond to such emergencies. And this does not have to do with how much I can undertake because I'm courageous and I just go in there. The risk undertaken has to do with the means and the training that I have in order to deal with that risk, that level of risk. So, safety in road tunnels has an holistic approach.
What do we need to look at? We need to include in this approach the building materials of the tunnel. A tunnel that was built in 2008 is completely different from a tunnel that was built in 1998 because of the different means based on building regulations. The vehicles and the trains. I already said that we have vehicles covered by specifications and others that may circulate now but are not covered by specification. The operating procedures of the tunnel, are they there? They are, and they are governed by the operator and by the firefighting teams. And lastly, the users of the tunnels. The Greek drivers are not trained to drive in tunnels. They drive in the tunnels in the same way that they drive in the open road. I have seen vehicles passing over trucks or whatever, and that's simple in the highway, but not inside the tunnel. Inside the tunnel, there's a different geometry. It's a different aerodynamics. So by simply overtaking a car, you can have a very tragic accident. So the drivers do not have this type of behavior, this type of driving behavior, or the self-rescue behaviors, as they are called. Let's go to this part that has to do with the alarm principle. How we measure risk. We say that if it's going beyond some limits, it's an area where we can do nothing about. Unfortunately, most of the time, when they design something, they go up to point BC. There we have some risks that are specified and identified, and what we do is we try to find the means and materials, the techniques to mitigate that risks, but not eliminate it, just mitigate it, reduce it, and bring it at an acceptable level or a manageable level. And what you see is that the acceptable risk is undertaken only when there is a benefit involved. So if we look at the benefit from the use of that means, then we assume the risk if the benefit is greater than the risk. But of course, we first mitigate the risk. Now, risk assessment and quantitative assessment is very important to determine the level of safety of a system, and some questions arise. What can go wrong? So within this whole area where we identified the risk, is there something that could have gone wrong? How likely is it to go wrong? And from this fault that will occur, what are the possible consequences? By answering all these questions, we are now going into the procedure of designing in a more safe manner. And let's go into tunnel design. I will go briefly. I will give you some historical details about Greece. in particular, because as I told you, Europe has many decades of experience with tunnels already. So what is a tunnel? It's an underground opening, continuous or not, in the ground. There could be changes, and the route is somewhat horizontal. Tunnels are used in railway and road networks. The largest tunnel is in Mont Blanc, a mountain tunnel, or we have the Tembi tunnel. We could be bypassing some geological phenomena. We had the tunnel in Tembi because the ground was loose and we couldn't have a road there, so we had to bypass the area in order to make it more accessible. Or we use them for environmental reasons, not to destroy ecosystems or forests. They could be used for urban transport systems, such as the underground train, the metro train. Or in Athens, we have a tunnel that's hundreds of kilometers long, if you consider the fact that we have three lines, metro lines as well, and we will have more in the future. And again, I'm not sure if we could handle a very large-scale event if it were to happen in those tunnels. I'm not going to stay more on this slide. These are the 10 largest road tunnels in Greece. First one being at Tembi, then Driscos, which is what's the road at the Ionia Highway, the tunnel of Panachopoula at Olympia Odos, and so on and so forth. These are tunnels with a length over 4 kilometers, each of them. Now, the characteristics of the tunnel environment, these are the things that we need to analyze. They come from the spread of the smoke that reduces visibility, the increase of temperature, the existence of hazardous gases, dangerous gases, such as carbon monoxide, etc. Now, the conditions that can develop inside a tunnel is the piston effect. We have an accumulation of vehicles behind the scene of the accident. This is sort of what happened with the railroad accident at Tempe. There was a piston that pushed the two trains to collide. And if you can think about it, this was an open environment, which meant that the train cars fell on both sides. So this mechanical energy was reduced because they changed directions, they fell on the ground, friction. But consider what would happen if it was a closed tunnel with no room for them to fall. This could have been all one mass. And if you also consider a phenomenon that was unheard of for us in Greece, the explosion. If you consider an explosion inside the tunnel, you can imagine what could have happened. We're talking about heat, temperature, and extremely high. Now, to achieve all of the above, and in order to reduce the risk, mitigate the risks at the tunnels, we have to go back and measure certain parameters, such as the length of the tunnel. That's a critical parameter. This is why when you go through tunnels that are less than 500 meters long, there's no dynamic ventilation. There are no turbines because it is considered to be self-ventilating. But over 500 meters, there's no dynamic mechanism, perhaps on a case-by-case basis, but we need dynamic ventilation there. This is why we use turbines. The number of branches in our country, we have an advantage because we only have one-way branches, one-way traffic. So we don't have two-way traffic in our tunnels. The number of cars in the tunnels, it's different, obviously. The geometrical type of the cross-section, the type of construction, if it's from concrete or from stone. All our tunnels in Greece are made from concrete. In Europe, you have also stone tunnels. There's one-way or two-way traffic. The traffic load per branch, per direction, is there a traffic jam or no? Urban tunnels may face congestion during the daytimes, or we could have seasonal traffic load. The time it takes the first responders to get to the scene, that's where things become difficult. What have we done to reduce this time? We have fire stations spread out on the highways in order to reach such points faster. So the time it takes to arrive is a very critical parameter. The existence of heavy load vehicles, the type of cargo, and whether or not it's hazardous, the characteristics of the access points, and we're mainly talking about the escape routes, the width of the road, and the questions of speed. That's a big question mark, because you can also answer, do you follow the speed limits when you are traveling inside the tunnel? Do you know what the speed limit is? It's 80 kilometers per hour. Which car do you know that drives at that speed? Even the heavy trucks are going at 80, at least 80, and the passenger cars overtake them, so they're speeding a lot more than that. So based on the 2004 directive about the proper operation of tunnels, we have to ensure regular testing. We have to have training, the right equipment for the emergency responders. We have to define procedures for immediately closing down a tunnel when there's a case of emergency. Can we shut down our tunnels? Only with the lights. But there are some tunnels at Egnatia, or those mainly, that are also equipped with bars. But unfortunately, some people may already go inside before the bars go down. Some people follow behind the accident. We have to have risk mitigation measures, and we have to have other new, we have to have a reassessment in order to establish further mitigation measures. So we have the same incident, case that leads us to three different things. So we have a fire. We have a fire in a vehicle inside a tunnel, which means I have flammable materials, the presence of an ignition source, short circuit, and oxygen. I have all of the ingredients to start the fire. The fire initiates, so this fire could develop into a fire with little consequence, because perhaps it was dealt mainly by the user, the driver of the car, or the driver of the next car who used the means that the tunnel has. So it could be a small fire with little consequence, or medium impact consequence, or a heavy impact. And how do we measure that? Small impact is little or no injury, and little damage to property. Some smudge on the walls of the tunnel, for example, nothing more. But if we have damage to property or injuries, we could have burns and material damage that partially interrupted the operation of the tunnel. If we go to a significant impact, we could have death or serious injuries and damage to the structure that kept the tunnel closed for many months until it's repaired. I'm going to move past that. We're going to look at it next. These are two tunnels like the ones we talked about before, two accidents in tunnels. There was complete total destruction of the trucks and the cargo, one in Montplans and the other in St. Gotthard, where we had victims as well, fatalities. And what we are concerned about as firefighters is to prevent this thing here, meaning to prevent the collapse of the structure. This is why we say that we need to think outside of the box in relation to firefighting issues. Up to now, we learned at the CBT that we need to handle gases. If we see the fire, we have to attack it and put it out. when we have interventions at tunnels, we have to forget about gases, forget about the fire, and protect the structure. We have to protect this shell so it does not collapse and collapse on us or on the victims that we're trying to help and rescue. So in a fire that is developing, in order to describe it fully, its dynamics, we have to look at the variables, how the rate at the heat is produced, the rate of production of toxic gases and smoke, the size of the flame and the length of the flame, because perhaps we have a fire that, because of the materials, that the flames are not high, but it could be the opposite case. And unfortunately, such fires spread horizontally. The heat that is generated, the radiation, and the spacing of the fire, that is a problem. We need to identify the location of the fire. What do we mean by that? We need to identify at which point inside the tunnel we have the incidents. We don't have visual contact. In the Tempe tunnel, that is 6.1 kilometers, you understand that it is difficult to know exactly where the fire is. However, that's critical because, as we will see later on, that's the way that will help us intervene in a safer way and faster way and perhaps rescue people that are there trapped. Moreover, the type, the size, and the location of the ignition source, the spread of fuel, the distribution of fuel, the ventilation systems and the ventilation conditions of the tunnel, because we're talking about dynamic ventilation. And we need to be very frugal in how we use ventilation. And in most of the cases, that's not up to us. It's not up to us that we'll arrive there as responders. It depends on the crisis management center, where we supposedly need to have one officer from the fire service there to help take the decisions. And because ventilation systems are important, because they can trap us there. Now, external conditions, that mainly has to do with the wind. If there's strong winds outside, and especially in the direction of, along the direction of the tunnel, we could have issues with the dynamic ventilation that we're trying to achieve. The activities of the people that are involved, whether they are users or the staff of the tunnel or our manpower, interventions at the different systems of the tunnels, and the type or the packaging of the fuel material, the combustion material. So this is the fire in the tunnel. You understand that this is a condition where we are not really sure that we know what to do. Do we need to push the smoke from one direction, or maybe the velocity that we choose is such that it pushes the smoke or creates this back layering effect that we don't know where it's coming from, but is the result of some bad dynamic ventilation. So we know that there's the flow, airflow. For us, this is beneficial because essentially we have one-way tunnels, which means that's helpful. We want to send the smoke towards the exit point because there will be no people ahead of the accident. Everyone that was ahead of the accident has already left, so there's no one inside. In contrary, when we have two-way tunnels, we don't really know where to send the smoke because there could be people ahead or behind the accident, so you have many problems in that case. Here are the procedures, is the process, the combustion process in a tunnel without ventilation, with limited ventilation, and with calculated sufficient ventilation, which is the case that we are after every time. The ventilation, when it's sufficient, will flood the entire tunnel. the smoke is going to flood the entire tunnel. With insufficient ventilation, bad calculated ventilation from the turbines, which pushes the smoke to one direction, but because of the velocity of the smoke, some of it is going back. So in the last case, we have a calculated way where we say that we want to push as much, so many liters of smoke inside this tunnel so that we can create a wall between the people who are trapped and the responders and help them reach the ignition point faster, access the point. In general, we have 69 incidents with fatalities internationally in terms of road tunnels. We had fires, individual fires, that is fires in one single vehicle, and the fire did not spread to other vehicles. So the majority were 43 out of 69, and they fall into, out of those there were 11 with no fatalities. On the contrary, the 5 out of the 69, there was a category that the fire started with heavy vehicles, and some of them had cost in human lives. In 7 cases, 7 incidents, there were victims involved in 5. That was just property damage, and in other 13 cases, there were victims in every one of those. So the categorization of fires in tunnels has to do with 2 things, property damage or the fatalities of victims. This is how we categorize tunnels. And let's look at the operational approaches. We have the typical firefighting strategy that tells us we're going to intervene either in an offensive or defensive manner, but the defensive or offensive attack has nothing to do with what we have learned so far. On the defense, we are outside of the building and we are throwing water. On the offensive approach, we get into the tunnel. Here, in this case, we need to get in the tunnel anyway, otherwise we cannot put out the fire. So once we go in, is that an offensive approach? Not necessarily. We need to use the part of the tunnel that's on the other side that is clean in order to attack the fire. So our operational tactic is always about the fact that we try to approach the incident, get close, and put it out. But in most of the cases, that's not possible to do in a tunnel. So an offensive strategy, the firefighting efforts have a priority, which means that if I have an incident inside a traffic branch in a tunnel that is developing rapidly for whatever reason,
Δώσε εδώ. Πάτσα εγώ. Λοιπόν, για κάποιο λόγο λοιπόν πρέπει να...
So we have to intervene fast. So firefighting actions have a priority. In the defensive strategy, we cannot, for whatever reason, access the point of the fire. So we need to do search and rescue inside the tunnel first, because there could be people trapped in there. You can combine the two. In a tunnel, no, it's not possible, because it may not be possible to reach the source of the fire. This is why we cannot take an offensive approach. These are some examples where this is the key for everything. If we can be trained into understanding where the fire is and how can we access it from the near branch. It's impossible to get into the same branch for many different reasons, because of the distance, because there are cars stacked up behind, because of the heat. So it is important to know where the fire is and use the escape routes and other branches to get in. Same thing here. What have we used here? We have used, again, we have the ventilation. And we decided that we are going to enter from the back of the tunnel, again from the other direction. Why? Because we don't have access in the main direction, in the main branch that we are looking at the fire. And the forces, the men that are involved, the services that are involved, should not go into the fire from the main branch or go through the opposite direction. Use this route in order to get faster, because this is what they will be facing, the smoke, and we're going to analyze that later. Now, if we're talking about natural ventilation, we are talking about a procedure where we have control of the air, but the structure is built in such a way and the accident is developing in such a way that we are immediately following an offensive strategy to reach our vehicle. This is a tunnel. We have such tunnels at Tembi, where aside from the ventilation, the dynamic ventilation along the tunnel, we have vertical ventilation as well. So it's impossible if you have a long tunnel to, the sound was lost. In the booth, we have lost sound.
Ένα, δύο.
Φτιάξαμε λοιπόν καπνοδόχους.
So we created smoke extractions in order. Sorry, the sound is lost again.
Εντάξει. Λοιπόν.
So let's resume. So one may think ventilation. It will be burned. If we do not ventilate this tunnel, we will kill the people in there and we will never be able to reach the incident. So we need to find the golden middle to ventilate, to extract the smoke, and then see how to control the incident. International experience. Unfortunately, we have no experience with tunnels. We use them for 20 years now. We do not have an experience of incidents, which is a good thing. But the unfortunate thing is that with our first incident, we may not do that well. Our friends, the European and the international experience, well, they're still looking and analyzing how to deal with incidents in tunnels. These are two real incidents. St. Gotthard that we will analyze. It's the initial stages. Here we know that in case of an incident, the first 10 to 15 minutes are decisive for the rescuing of people and limitation of damage. And this is the result of this Gough example, because people let's say, lived for about 20 minutes only, up to 15, 20 minutes. These people were alive, but nobody offered them any assistance because certain things happened. So this is St. Gotthard tunnel. It's the left tunnel because the right one is the one that was opened afterward. In the left one, Swiss A2 highway, and it connects between France and Germany. It starts from Aiolo in Switzerland. You can see where it is, and it ends to Gossenen. I'm sorry for my German. And there's a small difference with regard to the altitude. It's a little bit in ascend. So what happened in there? So totally, we have 844 accidents up to 2001 in this tunnel. This tells us that there is a load. People are mobilized. They take it. It's in Central Europe. We have goods coming and going. Most serious fires in these tunnels were in 97, October 97, where we had 8 cars transported by a large truck. Then in September 97, it was a bus that was totally burned. Then again, we had another accident in a 90 collision with a tank truck with many, thank God, empty gas tanks. And again, in 84, another tank trunk with commodities, very important damages. So up to then, we had some damages to the tunnel. But then comes this incident in 2001. What happens? 939, a Belgian tank car comes from the south entry of the tunnel. And in 1.1 kilometer from the entrance of the tunnel, goes into the opposite direction. I don't know, car fishing, sleeping, the driver slept. That means now that a heavy truck goes towards the south. 9:40, 1 minute after, we have the first alert from one smartphone within the tunnel to 112. But what happens? There is a fuel on the road deck, and there is a fire. 9:41. There is this tank load that has obstructed that entrance because it's very high and it blocks the entrance of the tunnel. So one mistake after another, we can't control things. 9:42, we have the fire detection system, ventilation system. So we knew exactly where the incident took place, and at the same moment, we have rescuers coming to Airolo, southern side, and then we had a fire to the other vehicle involved. 9:44. See how few are the minutes compared to our procedures and reactions so far. We have the blockage over the north exit. Police comes very quickly. They stop circulation. They stop all the traffic. 9:44, we start intervention. Forces from Airolo reach the incident, but forces from incident coming from north to south stopped due to smoke 2.5 kilometers away from the incident. So these people are no longer useful. The load is upon the shoulders of one crew. So what happens at 10:28? We have the collapse of the roof of the tunnel on the tracks. So collapse of the tunnel, that means that we lose any putting off process. So we had this frontal crash of the two trucks, one mainly with photograph material and clothes, and the other commodities that were car wheels. So these two trucks had a big thermal load when the fire started, and why we had this quick spread of fire and smoke in order not to leave the German fire service to come to the incident. This was taken by the police of Airolo, southern side, 5 minutes afterwards of the two trucks, and this is the tunnel. You see that the ventilation works very well. Why? Because see how close this person taking the picture is. But on the other side, we don't know what's happening. And unfortunately, on the other side, there are many people. This is what happens outside the tunnel. And it's what I told you earlier, the ventilation. You see it over the roof, but you see how dense the smoke is. It's difficult to extract all this smoke and clean the environment inside. So, losses. All victims were found from the northern side, behind the trucks you saw in the picture. Apart from one driver of the Belgian truck who he decided to go back to his vehicle and he burned there. We don't know what he did that. We had 11 fatalities from toxicity from 12 to 15 minutes from the onset of the fire. We had all these deaths. So after the onset of the fire, they had 10 to 15 minutes lifetime. And this is why we know that this is the time of intervention. So apart from the driver of the vehicle, all the others were found at the full length of the tunnel, and they had passed from escape exits because they could not see. So up to then, all signaling in the tunnel were on the doors. Now, if you go to the tunnels, maybe it's impressive that you have the signs on 1 meter, 110, so that people can see it directly from the gaze line, because very quickly smoke will go a little bit over your head. So you can't see the doors anymore and the signs. I have pictures, I wouldn't want to show them here, but I can tell you that the two victims are really, really at the threshold of the door. They really died half a meter away from life because they didn't know they were there.
This is the damage in the tunnel after the fire was put out. So the structure is completely destroyed. This tunnel cannot be operated after this. Damage is 1.2 million euro to repair. So water fire suppression system. There are no sprinklers. There are fire hose reels. You cannot have sprinklers in tunnels for different reasons. Have fire cabinets. I don't know if there is a sprinkler enough to prevent such damage. It's a system that could be helpful and could or not. There are fire safety measures installed in the tunnels. There's water mains, there's fire cabinets. There is an extensive network of firefighting measures if you are able to use them, because then you ask the question if the user, the people who are trapped there, are able to use such systems. Let's look at what the responders did. There was an immediate response from the south, from Italy. The accident was close to them, was 1.1 kilometers from their side. The fire could be fought only from the south side because the smoke was going towards the north, but because of the high thermal load from the fire, what happened is from the north side, they could not go inside and stopped 2.5 kilometers away from the incident at 13 minutes after the onset of the incident. So 30 minutes after the fire started, they were able to go as far as 2.5 kilometers away from the fire, so there was no luck. They could not respond to the incident. So all the interventions and the rescue operations involved about 350 people, 70 vehicles, and 5 helicopters. Now, to conclude, I will just say that we established the white paper on transportation policies in 2010. We had the 2 directives that you see, and in Greece, we've implemented the law with the law decree from 2007. We enforced the legislation and incorporated the European directive in our national legislation.
Σαν δομές.
In general, tunnels are safe as structures in our country. The problems lie in how ready we are and prepared to deal with incidences such as the one described just now. We need to change our mentality. We need to change the procedures to approach, and what I told you before, we need to think outside the box. We need to move away from our firefighting mentality and the things that we use so far, and do something different. Look at the structure and find out what are the elements that we need to use from our tactics in order to be successful in such structures. So we need to have drills, and realistic drills, I would add. We don't need to have drills just to be successful or to have photographs taken and say that, okay, we did fine. We need to have the right exercise, the right drills to pressure our services, our people to fail. Because when they fail, then we will be able to analyze the results and have a positive outcome in an actual event. We need to familiarize our people with those systems. Our people need to be aware of what's in place inside the tunnel. Pieter has said something tremendous before, that you cannot be a firefighter and say, I cannot use an SPCA. Unfortunately, I've heard that. The respiratory device is for a firefighter the same thing as his lungs. We lost sound again in the booth, unfortunately.
It's an omen.
Oh, look. That's what
Σύνδεσε το άλλο. Ναι, ναι. Κράτα το τώρα και βάλτε εδώ. Εντάξει. Καλά. Για βάλτε το εδώ. Εντάξει, εντάξει. Λοιπόν.
Okay, third time is a charm. Let's go. So, as I said, we should know all the systems within a tunnel and just discover them then, because then it's game over. We have to know all the means of rescue inside a tunnel, but we haven't done any drills about that. We do the drills the same as residential fires. And through the Fire Academy, we are there to write a thesis. We should give thesis to young officers in order to have approaches in order to operate in such circumstances. Then we also need to plan realistically how to face all the risks involved. We need to do organization charts. We need to know the competencies and the role of everyone involved, and we need to have communication plans. This is Peyton, the colonel. What does he say? If everyone is thinking alike, then somebody isn't thinking. So you do understand we must think differently and out of the box, because if we all think the same way, then obviously we're not thinking. Nobody's thinking. In conclusion, I'll stick to what Einstein said, and it's important to tunnels, that whatever counts cannot be counted, and whatever can be counted does not necessarily count. So this is food for thought. We must deal with every incident differently. Tunnels are a different structure from anything we've had to deal with so far. Risks involved in tunnels are too many and they multiply exponentially, so we need to be ready, to have planned in advance. And if we are lucky as well, then we may be successful. Thank you.
Ακούω ερωτήσεις ή ανησυχίες.
So, Q&A.
Ευχαριστώ πάρα πολύ. Ευχαριστούμε για την...
Thank you very much for the presentation. Congratulations. Well, it may sound ridiculous, but since we have escape exits for the people trapped, why can't they also be entrances for us? They are. So we have no problem reaching. Yes, we can approach them. This has to do with our training. I said that most drills that we do, and maybe you've seen pictures of them, are we reach from one side, we bring the hoses, foams, etc. We take a nice photo, we go to the buffet, we eat our cheese pies, and that's it. But we need to design a drill where you will be in Platamonas, for example. They will tell you to go for an incident at the 2nd kilometer of Tembi Tunnel, direction Thessaloniki. And then they have to revert the whole process of approaching the tunnel. So you will have to use lateral entrances. So use escape exits and make them your entrance and access points. But where do you access? You access there where is the heat load because you're ahead of the fire? Or do you have to go to the next exit in order to be behind the fire? This is why you do the drill. This is why you need to know the structure. And this is the reason why we have tunnels, especially in Tembi, where there are even small doors for small cars. Not just that is escape doors for people, but also small doors for cars, for small cars. You said earlier that we can use the lateral access points. This happens when we have a bidirectional. Yes. What I'm telling you is that most tunnels are unidirectional, but from laterally, we can be helped in order to reach, to access the incident easily. The only problem is to be ahead of the smoke. So we need to have the logic of we should close the door behind in order not to contaminate the escape route of the people. Okay. Well, these compartments that go in and close the door behind, if we have a big vehicle, at the other direction. Can we close the door? You close the door even though you have your hoses opened up. Yes, as in the apartment, there is a specific gap left with the hose. Same thing here. So if you go and you are behind the fire, there is no smoke. So even this small gap will not bring smoke to you. When we say that we're dealing with and managing smoke, this has to do with the ventilation, and it has to do with the direction of the smoke. I have to be from the access point where I do not have any incident, and I am safe. Okay? Thank you. As a civilian, not as a firefighter, I think that all this topic is really important. It has to do with the firefighting operation, but it was said here that the bigger problem starts from citizens who are not trained, because some of us is the perpetrator of the accident, let's say. Of course, any accident can take place. We all use tunnels. And although that I drive a little bit, I speed, I usually go slower within the tunnels because I know the risk. However, I see people that really are at full throttle inside the tunnels. So maybe we could have some TV spots or some training when people learn how to drive. Where dangers and risks are explained to them. Because, you know, when you have no idea of the risk, then you still drive fast as you used to. I think we need to become more active and start changing our mindsets from the educational point of view. We know that accidents will happen, but we can reduce the probabilities in order to have less accidents in the next 10 or 20 years. I think we all have a say in that. Okay, Dimitri. This is a significant topic. Maybe for the tunnels, it's something, you know, contemporary. But actually, we can do this about all topics, hospitals, buildings, malls, whatever. I think this individual responsibility is important. We are all responsible individually. If we speed in a tunnel, it's what Kimon said. I speed and I don't wear a belt. It's the same thing. But inside a tunnel, you are responsible for other people's lives too. It's a different thing what I do when I'm on the highway driving alone, and it's a different thing what I do when I drive in a tunnel. Yes, it's true that we don't drive carefully and according to the rules.
Καλά κάνεις. Αναφέρατε νωρίτερα...
You said before that we have reinforced concrete tunnels, whereas in Europe you have stone-built tunnels. What's the difference between those? Is there a difference in the structural strength of the structures? I think our friend from Germany could perhaps tell us. Well, first of all, the stone tunnels are older. In the last 60 years, I would say that every tunnel is made from reinforced concrete. The difference is that concrete has a lot more strength and more strength against thermal load, so it needs more time, a long time burning for the concrete to start failing, which means that we have more time to respond safely. Now, it's up to us. What I told you before, we forget about the attack procedures that I'm trying to put out the fire. We should look at how to cool down the structure. When we did the drill with Kimon at Switzerland, we were going to put out the fire, and they laughed at us, sort of, and then told us what we need to do. You are not interested in putting out the fire. You have to cool down the structure so that you can more easily approach it and help civilians escape. I think there's maybe no more time.
Να σας ευχαριστήσω.
Thank you all. So, dear guests, this beautiful journey that started yesterday morning at 9, unfortunately, is completed now today at 6. At this point, I would like to thank, first of all, our esteemed guest speakers who came from abroad, and then our speakers from Greece.
Επίσης, θα θέλαμε να ευχαριστήσουμε.
We would also like to thank the hotel for hosting this conference at this very nice venue and for helping us throughout in order to do things. We would like to thank the interpreters and the Streamia for the live streaming, our sponsors, the Stop and Pegasus, and also everyone who exhibited here. We also want to thank Premier Fire for supporting us, and we want to thank the Ministry of Climate Change and Civil Protection and the General Secretariat of Civil Protection and the headquarters of the Fire Department that under its auspices we have created this entire conference. And we want to thank the Fire Academy for lending us the junior officers that were here today, and they had the opportunity to learn from us and we from them. And we want to also thank the employees and the captain of the Special Fire Forest fighting team. We are very happy that this entire conference everything developed this way, and throughout those 2 days, none of us requested to leave, none of us lost their drive and interest to ask and learn, and I think everyone is leaving here today with the best memories, the best impressions. We are fuller in terms of knowledge for all those things that we have discussed, and mainly had to do with urban environments, and also for the other subjects that have to do with our profession, that have to do with the safety of our civilians, the people that we have sworn to protect and do our duty towards them. So all the people, the volunteers, and everyone with the experience and knowledge that they have complete this puzzle, where of course we have the greater role, but we need to all work in unity to bring the best results, because we create an umbrella to cover all Greek people, all people in general. So again, as the union of the officers representing the board of directors, the board of the fire service, I want to thank all the guests, all the speakers, everyone who came here, the participants, the people who have left earlier, and all of us who attended and were with us online through live streaming. Thank you again. Thank you.